Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. A famine has been confirmed in Gaza City for the first time, with 500,000 people at risk, while Israel rejects a UN-backed report calling it biased and false. Meanwhile, Fed Chair Jerome Powell hints at a possible rate cut next month, but says the central bank will move cautiously. Plus, 4 men have rowed thousands of miles across the North Atlantic in 56 days, breaking a world record and raising money for veterans. A famine has now been confirmed in Gaza City for the first time, according to a UN-backed food security body, which warns that catastrophic conditions could soon spread to other parts of the Strip. The report says more than 500,000 people face starvation, calling the crisis entirely man-made. Israel has firmly rejected the findings, accusing the analysis of relying on biased and false data, while insisting it continues to facilitate humanitarian aid to civilians. Meanwhile, Tom Fletcher, the UN Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, warned that famine is being used as a weapon of war. Let's take a listen to just what he had to say.
It is a famine within a few hundred meters of food in a fertile land. It is a famine that hits the most vulnerable first, each with a name, each with a story, that strips people of dignity before it strips them of life. It is a famine that we repeatedly warned of, but that the international media has not been allowed in to cover, to bear witness. It is a famine in 2025, a 21st century famine, watched over by drones and the most advanced military technology in history. It is a famine openly promoted by some Israeli leaders as a weapon of war.
Meanwhile, Israel's foreign ministry hit back at the report in a post on X, accusing the IPC of lowering its own threshold for famine from 30% malnutrition to just 15%, calling the move tailor-made to fit a narrative pushed by Hamas. The ministry says the report ignores Israel's humanitarian efforts and is based on partial, biased data, while the IPC denies these allegations. For more on this, I'm joined from Los Angeles by Jonathan Wachtel, Global Affairs Analysis and former US diplomat to the United Nations. An absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. So, as I just said there, Israel says the famine report is biased and it's based on Hamas. Has the UN-backed IPC report classified the famine fairly?
Look, I'm not an expert on famine. I certainly have borne witness to famines, as both a diplomat and as a journalist, actually covering the atrocities in Darfur and other parts of the world in the former Yugoslavia, in the war there and things like that. I've been to Gaza, worked in Gaza, understand the difficulties of the situation down there, understand that there's a war going on, and frankly speaking, we all know, as certainly me as a former journalist, that one of the first victims of a war is the truth. So it's difficult to say where it is here. What is clear is that there is suffering going on in Gaza. That suffering continues as long as the Israeli hostages are held and as long as the IDF continues operations against Hamas in the very heavily populated Gaza Strip, which is also at the same time inflicting such horrible situations on the civilian population there. So really what needs to happen is there needs to be international pressure brought to bear largely at this point, something that happened from the Arab League recently, in which it's the message is Hamas, let the hostages go, step out of the way and let there be a Palestinian leadership that's going to come in, that's going to be working toward an accommodation of Israel and the needs of the Palestinian people, as opposed to this endless conflict that's been the result of a militant group holding sway within the Gaza Strip with a set mission to destroy its neighbor, and went about trying to do that on October 7th. And we have been in this horror show. The suffering needs to stop, and the best and quickest path to that is to try to get this political resolution worked out, because whatever's done, and certainly the aid needs to go in, whatever's done, there has to be an actual fix to this. And the status quo just does not work.
And it's really interesting, you say there has to be a fix to this, but the fix seems pretty difficult to find. And we heard from the UN official, Tom Fletcher, and he says this is a famine openly promoted by some Israeli leaders as a weapon of war. Do Israel's actions amount to a war crime in this instance? And you said to me, you know, you've seen famines before, you've been on the ground in Gaza. What does this mean? Is this a war crime?
This is certainly a horrendous situation. I'm not, an expert in terms of war crimes. I don't have that legal background. I do know that obviously horrible things have been taking place. Obviously, children, innocent people should not be suffering from hunger, should have access to food and the ability to live normal lives. That is not happening. It's not happening. First and foremost, because there was this horrendous attack on October 7th, thousands of rockets shelled on, landing on Israeli population centers, and the mass murder, rape, and abduction of Israeli citizens, which certainly created an environment within Israel that is not a love affair of their neighbors, certainly. And, in the midst of this conflict, Israel is actually getting aid in, something which, frankly speaking, in conflict zones, when you have warring parties, doesn't really happen much at all. So it's not enough aid getting in, certainly needs to be more aid getting in. The United Nations, frankly speaking, has been actually central to the problem in many ways, of turning a blind eye to what was happening with all the tunnels and the militant activity in Gaza, and outsourcing, essentially, taking over the humanitarian and education systems of Gaza, as opposed to having a government there that is actually responsible to its people and working toward a situation in which there can be peace with its neighbor. Israel's not going anywhere. The Hamas quest, which is an Islamist quest, something that frightens the living bejeebies out of Egypt and many other Arab countries that don't want to see that level of fundamentalism happening. They're in power there. Whether we like it or not, that's the truth. That's the true impediment here.
Jonathan,
what needs to happen?
I can hear everything that you are saying to me, and with regards to the October 7th attack and Hamas. And a lot of people think that things might have become a little bit disproportionate at the moment, and the international tide is turning against Israel. The October the 7th attack was absolutely horrendous, and the whole world condemned it. But we're now seeing 62,000 people dead inside of Gaza and a famine being declared. Do you not think that the world needs to speak out? And really, has President Trump done enough? Because in the past, he said occupying Gaza is pretty much up to Benjamin Netanyahu. And he's also said Netanyahu was a war hero. So right now, what's the answer? And is the US doing enough? Or are they giving carte blanche to Israel?
Really, this is an issue that affects the neighborhood first and foremost. So what needs to happen, Leigh Ann, is truly the death toll and the suffering that's happening in Gaza. which is, we don't know even where the truth lies in that. The numbers are astounding in terms of children dying and women and innocents. Of those 62,000 people you talk about, certainly a large number are Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but we don't know because the Ministry of Health is run by Hamas, and they, they're the ones delivering the figures, and they do not differentiate between civilians and combatant and militants. They just don't. So it's very questionable. What is the case, and not disputing that whatsoever, is that the situation in Gaza is absolutely unacceptable, and there needs to be relief coming in, and we need to resolve this crisis. Now, the Arab League the other day asked Hamas to put down their arms and allow a political settlement of the situation and to release the hostages. If the hostages had been released months and months ago, actually well over a year ago, we wouldn't be where we are. This would not be happening. And the problem is that we're stuck in a situation in which Benjamin Netanyahu and his coalition, which is very fragile, has a couple of figures in it who are really ultra-nationalists and difficult, and holding him accountable to not cave in. And it's a political quagmire. In a situation like this, a lot of power is in the hands of the Egyptians, the Qataris, and other Arab countries, the UAE included, of trying to figure out a way to intervene in a way in which the Arab street doesn't perceive this as capitulating to Israeli wants and wishes, but really wants and wishes of the Palestinian people, who do not deserve leadership of what Hamas represents. They are not responsible. What they've done is essentially subjected the Palestinian people to misery for now a couple of decades, and it needs to end. And they need to step out of the way. And that support really does need to come from the region. It needs to come from very courageous Arab leaders who will step in and say, look, this is just not good. Our brothers and sisters in Gaza and the West Bank can't continue in this way. Certainly in Gaza, it can't continue. That's where the energy needs to come from. We need that bravery. I think of Anwar Sadat, and the poor guy, paid with his life. But what he managed to achieve in terms of peace and moving the region forward is just unbelievably important. And, we need that type of leadership, that type of bravery, that type of commitment to help the Palestinian people. And we're not talking about the Israelis. The Palestinian people need responsible leadership.
Jonathan Walktel, I'm so sorry, Jonathan. I do apologize, but sadly we are out of time. But it was brilliant to have your insights and your time this evening. Thank you so much for joining the show.
Pleasure.
Let's continue this conversation with our correspondent, Blake Sifton, who's joining us now from Tel Aviv. Blake, how is the international community reacting to famine being declared in Gaza City?
Well, the reaction to this report has been swift and forceful. The UK foreign minister said that the Israeli government's refusal to allow sufficient aid into Gaza has caused this man-made catastrophe. He called it a moral outrage and utterly horrifying. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that it is a failure of humanity itself. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister's office called this report an outright lie. The foreign ministry said it's a fabricated report to fit Hamas's campaign, saying that there is no famine in Gaza. The Israeli government also said that the threshold that the IPC used to measure child malnutrition had been lowered in this report. Now, the IPC shot back. They said that's not true. They said they've used this threshold for a decade, and most recently to declare famine in Sudan.
And Blake, smoke has been seen rising over Gaza City after Israel continues to hit the area. What more do we know about the military operation on the ground?
So these military operations are targeting the Gaza City neighborhood of Zaytun and the nearby city of Jabalia. They began last week. The Israeli military says they are now in control of the outskirts of Gaza City. We've seen heavy shelling, heavy airstrikes targeting these areas. The UN says they've caused high civilian casualties and widespread destruction. Now, thousands of Palestinian civilians have also been leaving these neighborhoods to other neighborhoods in Gaza City, and the streets of those neighborhoods are now filled with the tents of the displaced. And all of this operation is being seen as a shaping operation ahead of the main offensive, the main Israeli military offensive in the coming weeks to seize and occupy Gaza City.
And yesterday, Netanyahu said Israel will start negotiations to release all of the hostages. But what does this mean for the current ceasefire talks? Because we know Hamas has accepted the ceasefire that's on the table now.
So when Netanyahu talks about negotiations to release all of the hostages, it's unclear if he's referring to the current ceasefire proposal put forth by mediators that Hamas has agreed to, or another framework that doesn't exist yet, because the current ceasefire proposal only envisions the release of half of the 50 Israeli hostages who remain in captivity in Gaza in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. And during the 60 days of that ceasefire, talks would be held toward a permanent end to the war. But Israel has said repeatedly, and as recently as Saturday, that they will no longer accept partial deals. They will only accept a comprehensive deal that sees the release of all of the hostages. And they said they will only end the war if Hamas disarms, if Gaza is demilitarized, and if a new entity that's not Hamas and that's not the Palestinian Authority governs Gaza. And those concessions certainly go much further than the deal that's currently on the table that Hamas has accepted.
And earlier, Israel Katz declared the gates of hell will open upon the heads of Hamas. Is this a clear signal Israel is actually not prepared for a ceasefire and this Gaza City occupation will go ahead?
So last night, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also approved the military's plans for the seizure and occupation of Gaza City. So this simultaneous talk about ceasefire negotiations to release the hostages, as well as okaying the offensive to seize Gaza City, is being seen as an attempt to push Hamas into making concessions under military pressure. And as you say today, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said that if Hamas doesn't disarm, if they don't give up all of the hostages, the Israeli military will reduce Gaza City to rubble. Now, the family members of the hostages held in Gaza are outraged by this plan to seize Gaza City. They are very worried that it will see harm come to their loved ones. And they have said that these stated goals of the Israeli government to, on the one hand, destroy Hamas, and on the other hand, to free the hostages, they've said that those goals are contradictory, that they can't both happen. The Israeli government says that both of those goals can be achieved through force, but the family members of the hostages have said and are worried that if this offensive to seize Gaza City goes ahead, the hostages could very well be killed.
Blake Sifton, thank you so much for your reporting there. Now, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell has hinted that a rate cut might be on the table in the months ahead, but offered no clear timeline. Speaking at the Jackson Hole Symposium, he highlighted rising inflation from tariffs and a steady but a vulnerable job market. Powell stressed the Fed will move cautiously, weighing data before any decision. Take a listen to what he had to say earlier.
In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. Our policy rate is now 100 basis points closer to neutral than it was a year ago, and the stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance.
For more on this, I'm joined from London by economist Laurie Laird. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Leigh Ann.
Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Good. Always a pleasure to see you.
Likewise, always a pleasure. So let's get into the Fed Chair Jerome Powell. So US stocks actually bounced following a 5-day slide on Jay Powell's remarks. The big question is, will we see this rate cut next month? And what are the markets actually pricing in?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And the markets are really pricing in a 25 basis point, quarter point cut, fully priced in at the next meeting, which ends on the 17th of September. A couple of caveats there. We will see some more data before that meeting. We'll get 3 separate readings of the level of inflation in July. We will see the August jobs report. And Powell made a big deal of saying we are data dependent. So while this move is priced in, there is a chance that we may not see it. But I think Powell most certainly opened the door to a rate cut. I think the big question becomes, what happens after that? Powell made a point of saying that policy right now, with interest rates where they are at just over 4%, is only modestly, that's his word, modestly restricted. So that signals that he doesn't see, any great aggressive rate cuts coming, at least with the economy in the state it's in now. So I think that what that means is this 3 percentage point rate cut that Donald Trump would like to see is highly unlikely to materialize.
And we all know the battle between Trump and Jerome Powell at the moment. But the Fed chair also touched on tariffs putting upward pressure on prices. Could this spur a lasting inflation dynamic in the US? And is this what making the Fed nervous and investors?
This is such a big question. And Powell covered this. He covered this in quite a bit of detail. He said that there is evidence that tariffs are causing inflation, and he expects that to continue. Now, he said that the Fed's baseline case is this will be a one-off increase in inflation. It won't be self-perpetuating. But he did say that there are risks to that forecast, particularly because these tariffs are sort of a rolling thing, right? These tariff rates are constantly changing. Brazil has been subject to a number of different tariff rates since this trade battle broke out. So that's a big question that the Fed has. The other thing that Powell highlighted is we don't know whether inflation will become, even if it's a one-off hit, will this inflation become self-perpetuating? And what that means is if people see higher prices, will they demand higher wages? Higher wages feed into the cost of the goods and services, particularly services that people buy, right? If your hairdresser demands a pay rise, well, that is going to feed into the price you pay for that haircut. The U.S. economy is 80% made up of services, so any pay rises will soon become apparent in the prices that people pay. That is a worry that the Fed has. Now, Powell did say that is not the baseline forecast, but it's certainly something that they're worried about, particularly because they got inflation wrong in 2022 by so much. I remember Powell saying transitory. Remember that word transitory. Inflation will be transitory. A year after that, Powell sat at a conference in Europe and said, I now understand how little I understand about inflation. So this will be a worry that the Fed has because they got it, along with other central banks, they got it wrong a couple of years ago.
Oh, I do remember that word transitory. I feel like everyone said it for a really long time after that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But in your opinion, do you think Jerome Powell downplayed recent signs of weakness in the US economy and in the data, especially in the labor market during his speech? And if so,
I'm so glad you asked this. I'm sorry I interrupted you there.
No, it's all right. But I was just thinking, if so, why? Why has he been doing this?
I am at odds with a lot of commentators on this, and I've heard a lot of commentators on the financial networks today saying that Powell emphasized labor market weakness. I saw that very differently. Yes, the economy is creating fewer jobs than it did a year ago. Past 3 months, we see the average job creation of about 35,000 a month. This time last year, it was almost 170,000. So yeah, that's a big difference, particularly after those downward revisions to previous month's data that we saw last month. Remember, that's what caused Donald Trump to fire the head of the Labor Statistical Agency. But Powell went out of his way to say, look, immigration has almost come to a halt. So an economy that is receiving fewer immigrants doesn't need to create as many jobs. And as evidence of that, he said, look, job creation is slowing, but the unemployment rate has been steady at about 4.1, 4.2%. That's what economists consider to be full employment, right? You're always going to have some unemployment in an economy. You'll have mothers who want to stay at home, people who choose not to work, students. You'll always have some unemployment. And Powell seems to think that the unemployment rate at 4.1, 4.2% is not anything to worry about, that immigration or a lack of immigration is the big factor in affecting the labor market right now.
And just before I let you go, I want to talk to you just quickly about Trump's firing, because you told me about the statistician there. But he's also now threatening to fire the Federal Reserve Governor, Lisa Cook, if she doesn't resign. I mean, where do we go from here? And what's all the controversy? We've got about a minute, so let's go for it.
I'll talk very quickly, because I think this is one of the biggest problems facing the Fed right now, and this is threats to its independence. Lisa Cook is a Fed governor. These are 14-year terms. She has tended to vote with Jerome Powell, so she has not wanted to cut rates. She has been accused by a close ally of Trump of mortgage fraud. We don't know whether these allegations are true. She hasn't said a great deal yet. Were she to resign, and I suspect that she probably in due course will be forced to resign, it gives Trump an opportunity to put a hand-picked successor in there. That would mean that two of the board's 7 members, there are 12 people who vote on policy, there are 7 governors, 2 of them will be handpicked by Trump and will agitate for lower rates. And we also have 2 others that have kind of gone to the dark side and have supported aggressive rate cuts. That would be a majority of the governors supporting lower rates. This political meddling is a concern, and why markets are doing so well with this threat to the Fed's independence is beyond me.
More doves than the Fed, maybe. Laurie Laird, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you on, as always. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The FBI has searched the home of Donald Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, as part of an investigation into classified documents. Agents were also seen outside Bolton's Washington office, though the Bureau has not revealed details. Trump, who has long accused Bolton of mishandling secrets in his 2020 memoir, dismissed his former aide as a lowlife. Now, a U.S. judge has ordered President Donald Trump to shut down the controversial Alligator Alcatraz migrant detention center, saying the facility is causing severe environmental damage to the Florida Everglades, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The facility is designed to hold 3,000 detainees and would support the Trump's agenda of curbing illegal immigration. Now, Eric Menendez has been denied parole more than 30 years after he and his brother killed their parents at their Beverly Hills home. Eric's brother, Lyle, is scheduled to appeal for his own parole hearing today. The 2 siblings, now in their 50s, had initially blamed the death of their parents on a mafia hit before Eric did confess to a therapist. The U.S. Treasury Department has issued a fresh round of sanctions on companies accused of facilitating the transportation and sale of illicit Iranian oil. Among them are multiple firms with links to Hong Kong and China. Camille Nedelec reports from Hong Kong.
The U.S. Treasury says this latest round of sanctions on Iranian oil exports and its shadow fleet of oil tankers that transport that illicit Iranian oil is about curbing Tehran's ability to fund things like its advanced weapons program. And that is all part of Washington's maximum pressure campaign on Tehran. A number of the companies designated have links or are based in Hong Kong or China, and that includes Aries Shipping, which is accused of having been involved in the shipment of something like 10 million barrels of sanctioned Iranian oil from Iran into mainland China. A vessel, a Hong Kong-flagged vessel, Giant, is accused of having shipped 2 million barrels from Iran into mainland China. Now, these are just the latest companies in a series of firms in both Hong Kong and mainland China. Two have been caught in the crosshairs of the Treasury Department. Ever since US President Donald Trump has come into power, there has been a steady trickle of curbs on these companies, including oil refineries in Shandong province and oil terminals. That said, US President Donald Trump hasn't always been consistent on his stance. Whilst issuing sanctions, he's said that China can buy Iranian oil if it wants, whilst expressing the hope that it would buy US oil instead, before issuing new sanctions. And now the latest twist is having threatened retaliatory tariffs over its purchase of sanctioned Iranian oil, similar to the ones that India is facing. But Beijing does not recognize unilateral sanctions and views any attempt to curb its purchases of sanctioned oil as overreach by the US government, because China protects its territorial sovereignty. And these are private companies that are making these purchases. They're not state-owned.
Now, in a battle against nature and time, 4 men have successfully rowed 3,500 miles across the North Atlantic from New York to the UK. Team United, We Conquer, spent 56 days at sea, faced ferocious storms with limited rations and only a bucket for a toilet. But despite the immense challenges, the crew managed to break a Guinness World Record and have raised £100,000 for a charity that aims to save veterans' lives. So I'm now pleased to say I'm joined by 3 out of the 4 teammates, David Bruce, Sam Edwards and also Adam Radcliffe. Absolute pleasure to have all of you on the show with me this evening. Adam, we'll start with you. So you're an adventurer who's taken on some pretty extreme expeditions in the past, but what inspired you to take on this challenge?
Yeah, nothing quite as extreme as this one, though. And yeah, we all became friends through a variety of stars aligning. And as soon as this became apparent that there was an opportunity to row this old boat all the way across 3,500 miles, completely unsupported, it sounded like a hell of an adventure. So I needed to step up my game, do some serious training. And then it was a pleasure to join these 2 boys and Jack Jarvis, who is our 4th teammate, in setting a world record and making that crossing across the North Atlantic.
And Brucey, you served in the Royal Marines. Tell us why the money you've raised is actually so important to veterans.
Yeah, so unfortunately, a lot of people leave the service with, they leave the service and, they struggle to adapt to civilian life for various reasons. And the £100,000 we raised is going towards a head-up charity retreat, which will hopefully provide some people with the tools to deal with those issues.
And Sam, what were the biggest challenges you faced at sea? Because we heard there from Adam, and it seemed pretty extreme in all the training involved. So tell us more, Sam.
Yeah, so I'd say it was the elements that were quite challenging. We had a lot of hot weather at the start and then some pretty stormy weather towards the end. And it got a little bit colder. So elements were a big factor. And also, I'd say sort of like keeping infections down as well and keeping yourself clean and whatnot. So it's really important to look after yourself and just be aware of the elements. So that was probably the hardest part.
And I'm sure living on a small boat altogether couldn't have been easy. So, Adam, what were your highlights from the trip? Because I admire all of you, 4 of you putting up with each other in not a very big space.
Yeah, it was certainly tough. We had to use the parachute anchor at some points, which stops you getting blown too far in the wrong direction if the winds are particularly strong. And that meant none of us rowing, so all of us stuck in a cabin together, getting sick of each other very quickly. But we all overcame that and still friends at the end, which is amazing. And yeah, the highlights for sure were, I think we all were in agreement that when it's nice, calm conditions, which was sometimes rarer than others, we could have our cabin doors open and all socialize on an evening with a beautiful sunset maybe see some dolphins, and then think, oh, boys, this isn't actually as bad as it seems.
Until you get rowing the next morning, I'm sure, and then it might feel a little bit like that. But Brucey, can you tell us more about the world record attempt? Did you ever doubt that you might not actually break it? Because it was a pretty difficult one to break.
Yeah, so we rode 144 nautical miles in a straight line distance, but 150 with the route we took slightly deviated from the straight line. Yes, we have 3 attempts on that. The first time we thought the record became available to us, we didn't quite make it because we lost the current that we were in. Then we did 130 nautical, got that one locked in, and then we're still in the Gulf Stream, so we thought we'll give it another go. And then within the next 24 hours, we've achieved the world record, which we hold now.
Absolutely amazing stuff. Did you have to navigate that? Who was the navigator? Because I always feel like knowing all the directions is not the easiest thing.
Yeah, so we use Garmin chart plotter for the majority of the navigation. Points, the date repeater went down, so we then had to start navigating, taking references from stars so we could hold our course.
Amazing stuff. And Adam, you've attracted attention from around the globe and doubled what you set out to raise. So my big question to you is, you've all just done this amazing adventure, but what is the next challenge on the cards?
Yeah, it really shows the power of social media, for all its faults, that we could share this incredible story. And, you know, so many people, millions of people took strength from the resilience that we showed on our mission, all 4 of us. So it's amazing that we're able to help people, you know, get to the gym, deal with their day-to-day lives, whatever they were suffering with. And I think by nature, I can speak on behalf of all 4 of us, we love living on the edge and extreme challenges. So, and Brucey and Nutty, both Sam and David, both served together in the Royal Marines, and I think they've got some mad adventures up their sleeves. And I've got a land-based adventure up my sleeve next, so I'll stay away from the ocean for a little while.
Oh, and Sam, what was it actually like for you when you finally got your feet back on dry land? How did it feel? Because you can always get those sea legs, can't you?
Yes, we all got the sea legs, and there was a bit of wobbling around. We all kept walking into staff and walking into each other, which was quite funny when we went on to get our breakfast in the morning after we arrived. So yeah, it was good to be back on dry land. Really good.
Perfect. And Brucey, actually, I just wanted to touch on something else. Is the hardest thing is getting men, particularly veterans, to talk about their mental health. And I'd just like to know what your message would be for someone who's actually struggling at the moment and right now, and how men can talk about their experiences when they've been away at war and also been in the army.
So yeah, I think it's really difficult but powerful to be able to open up to your friends about these things. Certain things I don't think you might be willing to share with the support networks that exist already through charities and things. I think the first stage would be to talk to people with relevant experiences that can sympathise perhaps through the situation you find yourself in.
And I just want to ask Adam, Brucey and Sam, are you all still friends after that epic journey that you made?
Absolutely.
For sure. We all saw each other yesterday, and it was a great laugh. Sometimes you need we're all thankful for our personal space when we got off, and then as soon as you're away from each other, you think, oh, I wish I had everyone around me again.
Yeah. And you guys feel the same way?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much for joining me. And I just want to say a massive congratulations for raising money for such an important cause. And well done to all of you, Adam, Brucey and Sam. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder of our top stories. A famine has been confirmed in Gaza City for the first time, with 500,000 people at risk, while Israel rejects a UN-backed report calling it biased and false. Meanwhile, Fed Chair Jerome Powell hints at a possible rate cut as tariffs push up inflation, but says the central bank will move cautiously. Plus, of course, we were just speaking to them, the 4 men that have rowed thousands of miles across the North Atlantic in just 56 days, breaking a world record and raising money for charity. And as they told us, they're all still friends. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora will be coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and happy Friday.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hamas says it has a deal. Will Israel accept it? A ceasefire and partial hostage handover are on the table. Israeli protesters want the government to take it and bring the hostages home. But the leadership seems set on its maximalist Gaza offensive. Is this a breakthrough or another diplomatic breakdown? Join me for that debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Different news stories dominated the focus of newspapers today. The war on Gaza, the humanitarian catastrophe unfolding there amid negotiations as well as preparations for the major Israeli ground offensive in Gaza City received a lot of attention. While local news dominated American newspapers, from President Trump's tightening his grip on Washington, D.C., to what has been called his war on American institutions. We'll start with The Guardian, which, with Plus 972 magazine and Local Call, published an investigation shedding light on startling data from a classified Israeli military database. The report reveals that as of May 2025, only 8,900 Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters were confirmed or presumed killed, while Gaza's health ministry reported over 53,000 total deaths. This indicates that about 83% of those killed were civilians, an unusually high ratio compared with most modern conflicts. The report also included a chart, as you can see, showing estimated civilian death rate in global conflicts. And as it is depicted in the chart, in global conflicts tracked by UCDP since 1989, civilians made up a greater proportion of the dead only in 3 cases. In Srebrenica, and also, although not the Bosnian War overall, also in Rwanda, genocide, and during the Russian siege of Mariupol in 2022. The report contrasts these findings with Israel's public claims of far higher militant casualties, suggesting that official figures have been inflated for political purposes. Testimonies from soldiers and also analysts reinforce the picture of indiscriminate targeting and a military strategy that disregards civilian protection. Scholars warn that the patterns resemble conflicts defined defined by population displacement and even genocide. With Gaza's devastation ongoing, the report concludes that the war's human toll remains overwhelmingly borne by civilians. In its analysis, the Jerusalem Post examines Israel's dilemma over whether to accept a partial ceasefire hostage deal with Hamas or pursue full military action in Gaza. Following Hamas's reported acceptance of an Egyptian-mediated proposal, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has demanded the release of all remaining hostages, also signaling plans to occupy Gaza City, heightening internal and international pressures. The analysis highlights the split among hostage families, also political factions, and also the global observers, emphasizing the human and strategic stakes. Gaza City, with its tunnel network and Hamas command infrastructure, is central to both negotiation leverage and potential military risk. The piece underscores that Israel's decision will shape the war's trajectory, weighing hostage safety, military objectives, and long-term security against Hamas's entrenched resistance and also use of hostages as bargaining tools. In an exclusive, the Wall Street Journal reveals growing divisions inside the Federal Reserve ahead of its September policy meeting. At the Jackson Hole Symposium, Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack opposed cutting rates, stressing that inflation remains too high and rising and that the labor market is stable enough to avoid easing. Now, by contrast, Boston Fed President Susan Collins signaled openness to a cut, citing risks of weakening employment and strains of higher tariffs on consumers. The report also highlights a debate reflecting broader uncertainty within the Federal Reserve as officials weigh inflation, or persistent inflation rather, against slowing job growth. With investors' expectations shifting after mixed data, the piece underscores how September's decision could indeed reveal deeper rifts over the balance between fighting inflation and supporting growth. The New York Times published a report providing an in-depth look at President Trump's recent show of force in Washington, D.C., examining hundreds of images and videos to track law enforcement activity. The article highlights the deployment of over 800 National Guard troops, with nearly 2,000 expected, primarily stationed at high-traffic areas like the National Mall and Union Station also. Federal agents from 8 agencies, including the FBI, ICE, and the Secret Service, have patrolled the city, set up checkpoints, and conducted arrests for minor infractions and immigration violations. While Trump frames the operation as a crime crackdown, reporting shows most arrests were for immigration issues, and guardsmen played a support role rather than enforcing the law. The report paints a detailed picture of the administration's militarized presence in the capital and its implications for civil enforcement. Foreign policy tried to explain why the Donbas area remains central to the war in Ukraine. The explainer shows how Donbas, an industrial and mining hub along the Russian border, has both symbolic and strategic value for Vladimir Putin, who claims historical ties to the region. Yet the piece details the long history of conflict from 2024 Russian-backed separatist movement to the full-scale invasion in 2022, highlighting the human and territorial costs. The explainer also underscores Ukraine's determination to hold key fortress cities despite heavy Russian occupation. By combining historical context, military analysis, and also perspective of both sides, the piece offers a concise and also informative overview of the stakes in Donbas. Emma Ashford wrote in the Financial Times, arguing that the US must embrace a more realistic approach to foreign policy amid growing global uncertainty. She critiques decades of American strategies aimed at reshaping the world from Clinton's engagement and enlargement to Bush's freedom agenda, arguing they overextended US power and also risked conflict. Instead, Ashford advocates a realist framework focused on security, strategic alliances, and also a manageable balance of power, prioritizing achievable goals over grand ambitions. She notes also that some form of military involvement is inevitable, but stresses that this should be paired with a proactive trade agenda to maintain America's economic leverage. The author views the Trump administration's steps as partly pragmatic, but inconsistent. Overall, the article calls for a balanced US policy that reduces global overreach while strengthening economic influence, representing realism as a path to sustainable power and prosperity. The Washington Post reported today on Florida's Alligator Alcatraz detention center, highlighting the clash between immigration policy and the environment. Remember, a few months back, the state of Florida announced the building of a temporary detention center set up in the Everglades of Florida, surrounded by swampland and alligator habitats. Of course, using trailers, tents, chain link fencing and generators, all to hold migrants awaiting deportation. While recently a federal judge has ordered the state to shut down the facility within 60 days. Of course, after finding it harms the Everglades and threatens endangered species like Florida panthers and wood storks. Now, also, the report explains how the center was built quickly on an old airstrip to hold up to 5,000 immigrants. The piece clearly shows the tension between the state's push for strict immigration enforcement and urgent need to protect fragile ecosystems. And we'll end with The Telegraph, where Cara Kennedy wrote, warning of a growing literacy crisis in Britain and beyond, calling it a civilizational catastrophe. Drawing on research from the UK and the US, she highlights a sharp decline in reading for pleasure, especially among children and teenagers, as screens and social media dominate daily life. Kennedy argues that this loss threatens critical thinking, imagination, and democratic engagement, noting that adults, too, are increasingly functionally illiterate. She critiques also attempts to gamify learning and tech industry's role in fostering distraction while shielding its own children from screens. The article paints a stark picture of a society sprinting toward idiocracy, where culture, politics, and history are reduced to bite-sized digital snippets, eroding the foundations of thoughtful citizenship. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. see the sights, walk the city streets, and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as the city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history, from how the Tsars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up in the program, Saudi Arabia's nearly $1 trillion sovereign wealth fund publishes its 2024 annual report. Assets under management rose 19%, and in that report, the PIF says that artificial intelligence is embedded across every layer of its operations. Well, as the Public Investment Fund eyes the space sector, we're going to be speaking to the CEO of the Neo Space Group. That is the first PIF investment focusing entirely on space sector industries. We'll also speak to the CEO of Offworld to find out how space tech can be used in the mining sector. And right across the region, temperatures have been hitting the 45-degree mark, even 50 degrees centigrade in some places. Well, with streets often empty during the peak heat hours, we ask, how does this affect businesses across the kingdom? Hello and welcome to the programme. First of all, the Public Investment Fund has just published its 2024 annual report. Well, the PIF, of course, is the key vehicle for efforts to reshape the Saudi economy and reduce dependence on oil. And it is one of the world's biggest state-backed investors. Well, according to that report, Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund deployed nearly $57 billion across priority sectors last year, and assets under management rose 19% to $913 billion as of the end of 2024. Well, as well as announcing those key results, the PIF also stated that artificial intelligence and automation are now embedded across every layer of the PIF's operations. Well, I'm here with Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, great to have you with us. That PIF annual report came out on Wednesday. I'm going to ask you in a second about the comments they made about AI and automation. But just with regards to the numbers and what the report says, what stood out for you?
Tom, first of all, great to be here. The report has been an interesting development because, in summary, I mean, what the reflection on this report is that, first of all, the assets are growing, but we've talked before about how there's been some commentary around declining profits or returns. But what's interesting about this report is that we can see that assets are growing. We can see that the sovereign interest, which is very different to a private capital interest, is at play. We have to remember that the PIF has invested into many industrial platforms and strategies which are really intended to be, 100-year-long plus plays, right? So there are nearer-term impacts and benefits, but these are also industry and economy-defining, nation-defining initiatives. And the report very much is reflective of that. The growth in assets, which is consistent, and the targets for the growth in assets that continue to get raised are a great reflection of how, in my opinion, the strategy is playing out.
Okay, and of course they said in that report that artificial intelligence and automation are embedded, quote, across every layer of what the PIF does. I mean, fair to say that AI is completely central to how PIF operates and how it's going to go forward.
Absolutely. I mean, Tom, where in the world is AI not taking center stage as a conversation? And, in Saudi Arabia, where there is so much ambition and such a ruthless ambition to progressing and doing more for the people and building industries, of course, this would be much the same. But the important thing to note here is, with Saudi Arabia, if you look across the many sectors that are being built, I mean, the unique aspect about Saudi Arabia's strategy is that it is all-encompassing. There is specific attention given in every sector to all layers of the value chain. AI is, by now, perhaps some people are starting to recognize it is not simply an industry. It is not simply a thing that you do. It is infrastructure. It is the fabric of all industry and society going forward. I mean, it's really no different to, and perhaps even greater than, the introduction of the internet several decades ago. And if, what the internet did for commerce, for living, for society, for services over the last few decades is any indication of how important this is, naturally, we will see a similar application of artificial intelligence now in the efforts and initiatives of the PIF, which we have to remember, again, is a sovereign fund, and a sovereign fund which is not simply investing, but really creating industries. The DNA of the sovereign fund is going to naturally translate to the industrial applications that are set up. So they're playing a very important role, not only for their own operations, not only for PIF's own wealth creation or the achievement of their outcomes, but also the impact that they leave in society through these industries. So I'm not surprised that this has been one of the focal points of the recent report.
Okay, thanks for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a quick look now at some of the other stories we're following for you from the past week. Saudi Arabia's General Authority for Statistics announces that annual inflation has slowed to 2.1% in July. That is the lowest reading since February. While housing, water, electricity, gas and fuel prices remain the main drivers for the increase. The IMF, however, predicts that inflation in the kingdom will remain steady at around 2% in 2025 and 2026. Data from the Saudi Central Bank points to strong momentum for the banking sector in June, with aggregate profits before zakat and taxes just shy of 10 billion Saudi riyals. That is the highest monthly result on record. In fact, the first half of 2025 has seen cumulative profits edge 20% higher versus the same period last year. Saudi Aramco has signed an $11 billion lease and leaseback deal for midstream gas processing plants at its Jafurah field. This deal, with a consortium led by BlackRock, will see the formation of a new subsidiary called the Jafurah Midstream Gas Company, in which Aramco will hold a 51% stake. In a deal worth more than $3.2 billion, the Kuwait Authority for Partnership Projects signs contracts with Saudi Arabia's Aqua Power and the Gulf Investment Corporation. This for phases 2 and 3 of the Al Zour North power plant in southern Kuwait, which will produce some 2.7 gigawatts of power and 120 million gallons of water per day. Well, construction is set to take around 3 years. Now, turning to our main story this week, we're looking at the space sector and satellite services in the kingdom. Well, Saudi Arabia aims to achieve global leadership in these fields, meaning that new opportunities across the economy and stimulating growth in related sectors. Well, Neo Space Group is a company owned by the Public Investment Fund, and it was announced in May 2024. This is, of course, the first PIF investment that focuses entirely on space sector industries. Well, we're joined now by the Neo Space Group CEO, Martin Blanken. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Martin. I mean, let's be clear for the benefit of our viewers. NSG is not about space exploration, is it? So let me start by asking you in your words to tell us what NSG is and what you're seeking to achieve.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for having me on your show. NSG portfolio company and was set up about 1.5 years ago to become both the national champion, space champion here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as an international leading company in 3 specific verticals. First one is satellite communication. The second one is the Earth observation and remote sensing, sometimes referred to as geospatial. And thirdly, the PNT, position, navigation, and timing. And the fourth arm is going to be a venture capital fund. And we aim to provide both downstream services to end customers as well as to operate some of the assets. We're a startup, so we're small, so you need to start somewhere. We're not active in all of these domains just yet, but that's clearly the intent that by 2030 we will have built a sort of critical mass in all of these domains.
Okay, Martin. Well, since the first of the 4 verticals you just mentioned there is satellite communications, let's start by talking about that. And you've been in the news quite a lot in the last couple of months because there's been some very exciting developments. For example, you're going to be providing in-flight Wi-Fi to a couple of commercial airliners. Just tell us a bit about how that's going to work and what sets you apart, because there are other providers out there in the market, aren't there?
Oh, most certainly, yes. But this is the era of in-flight connectivity is going to change quite dramatically. Right now, most people who have experienced any form of communication facilities whilst on a commercial aircraft are able to send a text message or receive a WhatsApp message, but that's going to change dramatically where it will be quite common just to pretty much do anything that you would do in your office or at home. What the Neo Space Group is doing, it provides a very compelling end user experience by providing a traffic management platform and make sure that the right form of connectivity is provided at the right time for whatever use case the passenger is interested in at that particular point in time. That means that it's a multi-orbit connectivity solution. It is both GEO and MEO, but it will add LEO if and when available. But it's not just about the connectivity. It's also the passenger experience. When you log in, it's a seamless login. If you don't finish a movie and you hop on the next flight, you can continue where you left off. You can downstream your own Netflix if you choose to do so, or you can choose the entertainment or the commercial, the merchandise options of the airline. It's integrated into the frequent flyer programs of these airlines. So it's much more than just plain connectivity. It's providing an all-encompassing user experience to the passengers of our clients.
I mean, Martin, it really sounds like you're shaking things up. I mean, this isn't new technology, is it? Because, I mean, in-flight Wi-Fi has been around for about 25 years now. But up until now, the experience hasn't been amazing on every airline. I think it's fair to say that the process is quite frustrating. Even sending a WhatsApp in flight can be pretty slow. But what you're saying is that NSG is changing all of that.
Well, yeah, the market is changing, and NSG is trying to contribute to that change, which is obviously what we're doing. And the point I'd like to stress, it's more than just providing high-speed internet through whatever satellite. It's pretty much connectivity agnostic. It's about you as a respective customer of airline X can come on board. You can use your existing sort of app from that airline. It logs you in, and you can consume whatever content you want to consume. You can communicate with whoever you'd like to communicate. You can purchase whatever you'd like to purchase. It will be ready when you land because you order it in air. It's a very seamless experience. So airlines are setting the bar much higher for their customers. And yeah, NSG is going to play a role in that market for sure.
A couple of months ago, Martin, we spoke to the CEO of Riyadh Air, Tony Douglas. Riyadh Air is, of course, the new full-service Saudi airline going to be launched later on this year. I mean, it sounds like the kingdom's really positioning itself as a global aviation hub for the future. And I'm assuming that that represents some real opportunities, some exciting opportunities for NSG as well, doesn't it? Yeah, look, as you know, PIF is a sovereign wealth fund that deploys capital in many different ways. Among them is that they start new companies. Their aim is to contribute to the Vision 2030 and to diversify the economy away from its dependency on fossil fuels, and has identified 13 different sectors in which they invest, not just as a passive investor, but they're actually building companies. And you mentioned Riyadh Air is one example. Is another example of that. And partially, it is some of these portfolio companies are very much focused on the kingdom here domestically. Think about real estate, for instance, or tourism. But other companies, by definition, by the nature of their scope, are focused much more on the international markets. And again, Neo Space Group it's very difficult to run a satellite and space company just focused on one particular country. In order to get good utilization of your assets, you need to look across your own borders and try to serve potential customers in different geographies as well. All right, Martin, let's move on and talk about the second of the four verticals you mentioned at the beginning. You've just announced the acquisition of the Earth Observation Marketplace. Just tell us what that is and what geospatial services really mean, because I think a lot of people won't necessarily understand all the terminology.
No, that's an excellent question. Well, geospatial services, the simplest way to explain it is that everyone uses it on a day-to-day basis. When you catch an Uber, or when you use Google Maps, you can look at images that or information that about what is happening on Earth that is coming from the sky. So there are hundreds of satellites that orbit the Earth that take photos or radar images or take other sorts of information from these satellites and that project that back to Earth. That raw data is then processed and translated and analyzed and translated into insights and answers. What UP42 does is that it basically connects all the providers of the satellite imagery and makes that available to any provider of insights and answers to end customers. For example, if you are the forestry service in the Czech Republic and you want to make sure that your forest is not encroaching on power lines, for example, you need to chop off branches in order to avoid any issues. You use satellite imagery to know when you send your maintenance crews to those areas to chop off the branches so that no damage will be done. As an example, if you are monitoring oil spills, you use information from these satellites, but you want that to be automated. You don't want it to manually inspect every image. You want to have an automated system that basically warns you of a methane leak or an oil spill of whatever it is. Well, that is what geospatial services is in general, and the marketplace that we have purchased with UP42 and which we are setting up an equivalent here in the kingdom connects the users and the providers of that data so that they don't have to go to these individual providers all the time. Compare it to an Amazon. If you want to buy a new shaver on Amazon, you can have all the brands on that website and you pick the one that you think suits your needs best. Well, the same is happening in that marketplace.
Okay, Martin, I want to pick up on something you've been quoted as having said. You've described space as being a high-growth industry. And again, just really for the benefit of clarity for our viewers, we're not talking here about space travel or space exploration, are we? Just tell us in which specific areas you're seeing the growth that you described.
Well, I think it's fair to say that, look, the entire space economy is quite big and quite broad. The Neo Space Group focuses on those verticals that we believe are commercially viable. There are many verticals that are not at that point just yet. You mentioned a few: space exploration, human space travel, debris management, for example. These are important industries in the broader space ecosystem, but it's very difficult to monetize the use cases there at this stage. Therefore, they're often still funded by the national space agencies or governments. And over time, when they mature, then the private sector will start to pick up. You already start to see some examples in human space travel, for example. Although you could argue being in space for 10 minutes, whether that is really equal to space travel, but that's a completely separate matter altogether. But I think most people would agree that in the next couple of years, it will be possible, if you can afford it, to spend a couple of days orbiting the Earth in a space station. Well, that is currently not yet viable. It's often not even available, but that is going to change. We focus on those areas, and I mentioned the three that we believe are already commercially viable, and that's why we focus on those.
Okay, I want to get back to something you were saying a little bit earlier on about how you support Vision 2030 as an organization, in particular, the acquisition of the Earth observation marketplace. Again, your quote is saying that, we support Vision 2030 with that. I want to know how you support Vision 2030 and how, more broadly speaking, NSG aligns with that vision.
That's an excellent question. Maybe it's good to explain briefly what, among others, Vision 2030 entails. As most people would know, Saudi Arabia is very dependent on fossil fuels. It's decreasing, but still it provides a significant part of the overall economy. And especially if you count the adjacent industry, chemistry, the chemical industry, for example, to that ecosystem, then a big portion of the industry is very dependent on these fossil fuels. Everyone knows that over time, although it will take probably longer than most people think or wish, perhaps, the fossil fuel usage will come down. That gap will need to be filled, and therefore Saudi Arabia is investing in new industries. The second dimension to it, for instance, Saudi Arabia is already a big user of many satellite services, whether it's satellite communication or, for that matter, geospatial and Earth observation services. But currently, let's say 97 cents in every dollar spent is leaving the kingdom and is going to go somewhere else. What they're trying to do is sort of kill two birds with one stone. One is reduce the dependency by building on fossil fuels, by building a new industry, but also keeping some of that money in the country, which creates new jobs, which builds new expertise, and it builds a whole new ecosystem. Well, when we buy, as an example, Up42, which is a German company, we use that technology and set up a mirror of that platform here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it creates new jobs, and it helps to facilitate a new ecosystem that just isn't there. There is no such thing here in the kingdom that connects all the buyers of geospatial data and all the suppliers together. People who do want to buy it have to go to these individual providers and go through quite a clunky and suboptimal user experience. We're fixing that problem, and in doing so, we contribute to the Vision 2030.
Okay, you've been saying that you're basically a startup and still quite small, but as you expand and you look forward, you're going to need talent, you're going to need good people. So let's talk a bit about that. Has Saudi Arabia got the right people you need? Has Saudi got the talent pool you need in your sector, or are you having to import it?
I'll look, the answer is a bit of a yes and no. So it is very clear that Saudi Arabia does not have a long history in the space domain, like France or the United States or Italy, for example, or the United Kingdom. So to that extent, the talent pool is a bit more shallow compared to those countries which have a bit more history. At the same time, Saudi Arabia is a very young nation with very well-educated people. Many of them have had the opportunity to study abroad and also start their career abroad. Some of them work in the space ecosystem, and they're all quite keen to go back to the kingdom and contribute to its vision. So we're hiring quite a few people who have worked for international space companies in the United States or in the UK, or have studied there, and bring them back and provide them a job here to help them to build that company. Part of it is recruiting people from universities and just train them from scratch. And the third source of talent will be foreigners like myself and others who have experience in particular domains that can contribute to the creation of that company. So there's sort of three sort of pools of talent that we're trying to tap into. It's probably fair to say it's not as deep as in some countries, but you need to start somewhere, and the commitment is strong. So over time, it will start to match the other economies, I think.
Okay, Martin. I mean, clearly you're going to be expanding. You've got bold ambitions, and there are some acquisitions in the pipeline. So just let's wrap up by asking you to give us a sense of what's on the horizon.
What's on the horizon? Look, I need to be careful what I can and cannot say, but it's very clear to everyone who's been a part of this industry for a little bit of time that if you want to build a successful space company, it's super important that you continue or start serving the defense and intelligence community in that particular country, because they're a big user of these services. To some extent, we're doing that already. In the geospatial domain, we made an acquisition last year of a company that employs roughly 600 talented people who provide answers and insights to a range of customers, among others, the defense and intelligence community. But they're also big users of SATCOM and navigation services. So we expect to increase our collaboration with those customers quite considerably. We are currently mostly focused on the downstream. We've always said, let's start with the customer. If we understand what the customer wants, then we work our way up to sort of the midstream and start to own and operate satellite assets. That is a longer term game, and we have people focused on that. And I expect that in the years to come, you will start to see us becoming more active in that domain as well.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and telling us about your exciting company and the sector. The CEO of Neo Space Group, Martin Blanken, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
Well, one of the applications of space tech, the likes of which NSG is building, is in the mining sector. Well, let's find out more about that. And we can speak now to Jim Caravella, who is the CEO and the chief architect of Offworld. That is a firm with close ties to Saudi Arabia, which specializes in innovative solutions for mining, including in space. Jim, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. First of all, can you just tell us about your space ventures?
Yes. So currently I am CEO and co-founder of Offworld. Offworld is building swarms of machine intelligent robots that are industrial grade, modular, and rugged in their operations. And they work collaboratively using AI-powered intelligence platforms. The first objectives of our swarm robotic mining architecture is to undertake mining terrestrially on Earth using our robots. And these robots would mine platinum, gold, nickel, copper, and other narrow vein metals. And the value proposition is that we can reduce the cost, environmental impact, and energy used in mining by an order of magnitude and have no people in the mine. And once our systems are matured and really in production, then we can deploy those on the moon to start mining for propellants, helium-3, and other metals and materials.
Okay, I mean, a key feature of your robots is they're doing jobs that, by the sounds of things, are otherwise dangerous for humans to do. So I'm assuming that, there's this safety dimension, but also a cost dimension, because presumably it's much cheaper to have a robot down a dangerous mine or on the surface of the moon than a human being.
Absolutely. And in fact, in conventional mining, up to 70% of mine costs and program burdens involve safety and human factors. If you can take humans out of being present on the mine, don't have a single boot in the mine and leave the tough jobs to robots, not only can you increase safety, but you can increase production operations. You can reduce or increase the risk profile of what you can tolerate, and your permitting and regulatory permissions for operating the mine become a lot more benign.
Okay, Jim, so how far into the future are we talking? When are we going to see space mining done by robots?
Well, we've already deployed our energy beam robots underground, which basically turn hard rock into soft rock just using energy. We deployed our first excavators underground as well, which can autonomously identify the ore body, avoid excavating waste rock, and just work autonomously using closed-loop sensing systems. And our surveyor robots are going into production deployment this year. And the first major payload on those are the new laser beam hyperspectral payload camera that we have, which can provide hyperspectral imagery for mine operations and exploration in any lighting condition with an absolute reliable and confirmed mineralogy spectrum. And we're working with our partners Viridian on that program, which is a very exciting deployment.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does sound very exciting. Jim, we are, of course, a show focused on doing business in Saudi Arabia. So from your perspective, just tell us how well positioned do you think Saudi Arabia looks when it comes to taking on the space sector?
Saudi Arabia is almost in a unique position globally, a genuinely unique position. With His Highness's leadership and the establishment of Vision 2030, what you have in Saudi is a focused mandate and almost the permission to think boldly and to leverage the technologies and the opportunities that are offered at this moment. In addition, you have one of the world's leading countries in the hydrocarbon business. And hydrocarbons today are the highest energy density fuels that we have. And they're extremely benign, they're extremely valuable. We have a multi-trillion-dollar ecosystem based around oil, gas, and the use of those materials. What we need to manage better is simply how the end cycle of the products work in terms of emissions and management of that. But this gives both a capital flow and leadership. And the kingdom has an extremely young, intelligent and vibrant workforce. The universities and the technology institutes are world-class. And there's a thirst and a vibrancy among the young people in Saudi Arabia to engage in these new technologies in the fourth industrial revolution. You couldn't really ask for a more vibrant and well-positioned starting point to really take the next decades of space exploration and industrialization into the 21st and beyond century.
Again, Jim, just for the benefit of our viewers, just help us understand what links your company, Offworld, has to Saudi Arabia, and also tell us what prospects you think there are for possible partnerships that Saudi Arabia can form in this domain. Jim?
Oh, yes. Well, we've worked a lot with Ma'aden, the national mining company in Saudi, and we are expanding operations to establish Offworld Arabia in Saudi Arabia in 2026 as well. And we're looking forward to working with Ma'aden directly with our first deployments of surveyors. Now, Saudi Arabia has over $3 trillion of mineral wealth so far estimated on its lands. And with the public investment funds investments globally through Minera Minerals, there is much more access as well. So there's a huge potential for engagement. And with our partnership with Ma'aden, we're hoping to build on that, not only in Saudi, but then use that and the developments we'll be undertaking at Offworld Arabia to build lunar mining and space operation vehicles built on that robust extreme environment autonomous technology. And there is, I have to say, there is a generational difference between the era of space exploration that we have undertaken the last 60, 70 years and the upcoming era of space industrialization and expeditionary vehicles that we will be now building in the next decades. And frankly, no nation has real experience in these new industrial space machines and vehicles. So the game is wide open. And with the kingdom's great experience in oil and gas and its emerging adoption of mining technologies for indigenous and overseas mining, we will be applying this and integrating that technology know-how for the new space industrialization vehicles and systems that we'll be building in the kingdom, manufacturing there, and then deploying to the moon in the 30s.
Sure, and mining is obviously a key pillar of the Saudi economy. That's stipulated in Vision 2030. Just wondering how aligned Offworld's goals are with Vision 2030, Jim?
Yes, I mean, not only is it a fortunate alignment, but it's inevitable because Vision 2030 is built on an extremely sound logic and extremely sound principles. And if you look at the expansion of civilization over the last 10 to 20,000 years, you've always had the fundamental pillars: mining, agriculture, food, shelter, protection, security. Mining is amongst the first requirements of any civilization. When it moves to a new location, when you had early tribes migrating, and as we open up the new frontier and move beyond Earth's atmosphere into cislunar space, which is the local space between the Earth and the moon, and then to the moon, mining is the very first pillar that we must master in those new environments. And many of your audience today will perhaps listen to this and think this sounds like science fiction, and this sounds extremely far off. But I assure you the pace of momentum of the technology developments, the integration and the augmentation of what we were able to do a decade ago with artificial intelligence, enabling what we'll be able to do a decade from now, will be two different worlds. We are crossing bridges in years that the Renaissance and the industrial age took decades and centuries to traverse. And we are doing those paces of development and growth within a decade. We are in truly extraordinary times. And Saudi Arabia is simply one of the few countries that is so well positioned and has the leadership to take that kind of journey forward.
Okay, Jim, just before we wrap up, I mean, we've spoken to NSG just now. We track Marden closely. We're interested in the Saudi Space Commission. Just to wrap up this conversation, are you seeing the makings of an ecosystem there in Saudi Arabia where all these different entities nourish each other?
That's a great question, Tom. And in fact, from a technology perspective, when you're looking at the technology pillars of the future, machine intelligence, robotics and autonomy, new materials, quantum computing, and the integration of these forms of technologies with traditional engineering methods of civil, aerospace, and other engineering disciplines, you wrap those up in economic objectives, such as expansion of cities, smart cities, transportation, energy efficiency and optimization, and mineral exploration and extraction. All of those tools and all of those economic drivers apply 100% in the space arena, especially at the industrialization stage. When you look at the economy predictions of the space sector, currently we're a few $100 billion as a global space segment in terms of GDP and revenue generated. Within about 10 years, that's predicted to be $1.5 trillion, and then moving to the trillions in the subsequent decades. All of the space revenue today is basically generated by Earth-facing systems. Satellite communications, direct broadcast, remote sensing, and a few others. In 10 years' time, these are going to be expanded and augmented by lunar operations, in-space operations, and in-space service markets and services. The kingdom is so well positioned to take on the industrialization of these in the new benign approaches that we must operate in space, simply because it is growing so fast on its own territory, with new cities, new developments, experimenting and developing new technologies and forms of living and habitation. These are all the robust risk, economic, market, and customer drivers that you need to be able to utilize to wield the technologies of today and tomorrow. And the kingdom has not only the will and the young, vibrant workforce and young men and women eager to take on these new challenges. It has the streamlined leadership to do so. It's not encumbered by legacy bureaucracies, and yet it's vibrantly working with the Artemis program, NASA, and other agencies around the world, maintaining balanced political positions, yet vibrant economic forward momentum. This is really a unique positioning in the space sector. And in my view, today, I don't really consider that we should be talking about terrestrial economies and space economies. I just see it as one economy. It's totally integrated. We are leveraging the technologies we use terrestrially to operate in space, and we're taking the learnings of those optimizations of extreme environments and bringing those value propositions back down to Earth. And it's a virtuous cycle. And that's what we're doing at Offworld. That's what we'll be doing when we start manufacturing in Offworld Arabia. And I'm excited for learning more every day about life in the kingdom, and to see how we will be operating Saudi manufactured vehicles on the moon, on the asteroids and on Mars in the future.
Okay, Jim Caravella, the CEO and Chief Architect of Offworld, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm here with Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Hytham & Company, who's standing by for us. Ali, thanks for listening in with us to those interviews. Let's start by talking about the Neo Space Group interview I did there with the CEO, Martin Blanken. I mean, we're talking here about a PIF company, and I'm just wondering what role you see NSG playing with regards to supporting Vision 2030.
Well, Tom, both our guests were very appropriately excited about the industry and the role that it plays in not just novel applications like mining in space, but also day-to-day applications. I mean, we just heard that even from Mr. Blinken that even picking up your phone and using Uber to order a vehicle, the simplest applications that we don't perhaps always connect to the space industry are exactly what the near-term commercial application of this industry is. And Vision 2030, we all know by now that one of the main objectives is to diversify the economy and build thriving industries locally. The space industry has implications for so many more sectors than people may realize at times, from travel, mobility to aviation, and even sectors like insurance and finance, which is a little bit more outside of the general scope. The space industry affects all of this. So Neo Space Group, like some of the other interesting platforms that we've spoken about recently, Alat, Humane, Tasaru, industrial platforms, Neo Space Group is an accelerant vehicle, in my view, and the role that it plays in supporting Vision 2030 is one of industry creation. They are bringing new novel technologies to the kingdom. They are bringing applications which are providing interfacing to industry across the globe. I mean, Neo Space Group, I don't think we heard about this earlier, but they, through their new acquisition, they signed a contract, a customer with Thai Airways, and you can see that the services are already starting to be exported. So not only is there an immediate commercial benefit, there is economic export of services, but they are creating technologies, localizing operations. They are bringing new talent, new knowledge and development to the region. So all in all, I mean, it sort of checks all the boxes of what Vision 2030 is at its core.
Yeah, and in terms of what Martin was saying, I mean, very welcome news that in-flight Wi-Fi is being given quite a major shake-up by the sounds of things. And Ali, just listening to Jim Caravella, the CEO of Offworld, who we heard from second there, I just wonder what you make of the link between space tech and the mining sector.
Well, one of the comments he made was that, the pace of development, the pace of evolution in technology is beyond perhaps the comprehension of most of us when we think about it on an average day. Technology is growing at a rapid pace, and there's no surprise there. But perhaps we don't have a true appreciation, I think, for the factor of exponential growth that is currently in place. Now, in the mining sector in particular, what that means is we haven't perhaps quite cracked space travel for real life applications just yet, but every aspect of society is dependent on minerals and resources, and to extract minerals and resources is quite an effort, quite a capital-intensive effort, quite a resourceful effort. And if they are able to achieve this in space, I mean, through the use of robotics, the amount of development and extraction that can take place, the reduction in human workload, labor that takes place, the safety concerns that are mitigated is just phenomenal. And, once again, across all the industrial platforms that have been created by the PIF and in Saudi Arabia, there's often the approach is to look at nearer term commercial applications, which can be perhaps consumed locally or exported, but then also to move further into research and science in order to create a flywheel in which there is value extracted from new invention, new developments, and new exploration, but we don't lose foresight of the more nearer term objectives of economic growth.
All right, thanks a lot for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. And our last story for today's edition. I mean, this isn't unique to Saudi Arabia, but right across the region, we're seeing temperatures at their highest at this time of the year, sometimes passing 45 degrees, even reaching 50 degrees centigrade in some places during the period mid-June to mid-September. What does that mean on the streets? Well, they're often empty during the day. And if you work in an air-conditioned office, perhaps it's not such an ordeal, but let's spare a thought for people working in bakeries, restaurants, laundries, construction sites, where machinery, ovens and direct sunlight can mean that the heat is hard to escape from. Ali, I just want to turn to you and ask you, how do businesses adapt to these conditions? I'm assuming there's a bit of a lull, isn't there, during these very hot summer months?
Well, I wouldn't say there's a lull. First of all, there is appreciation of the harsh conditions. So between June the 15th and September 15th, there is a bit of a slowdown through the day. And there's a nationwide ban on outdoor work between the hours of 12 and 3 p.m. And this regulation is enforced by the Human Resources and Social Development body. So you could say between those hours, it may feel like there's a lull, but take a walk through any of the busy districts at 11 p.m. at night, and it's quite the opposite. So first of all, I think there's an appreciation for the harsh conditions. There are stipulations to ensure that people are not out in these conditions. They're working, in a manner which is perhaps injurious to their health. But I believe the population makes up for it in other hours of the day. There's also a number of regulations, around the requirements of an employer. There's a mandate to ensure that there's adequate hydration, that hours are adjusted appropriately, that there's acclimatization periods for new or returning workers. The Ministry of Human Resources actually will utilize the Madad platform to actually ensure that so by monitoring the wage practices, they can ensure that these conditions are being met. So the ecosystem overall, both at the public and private levels, is very cognizant of the fact that, Saudi Arabia in the summer heat is, not the nicest of conditions to be operating in, but there are many stipulations and formal regulations in place to appease a lot of that.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate that. Ali Raza, Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company, thank you very much indeed for your input today. Well, thank you for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again next week for more business news and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Until then, bye-bye.
Hamas says it has a deal. Will Israel accept it? A ceasefire and partial hostage handover are on the table. Israeli protesters want the government to take it and bring the hostages home. But the leadership seems set on its maximalist Gaza offensive. Is this a breakthrough or another diplomatic breakdown? Join me for that debate coming up on Counterpoints.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. walk the city streets, and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Santiago, Chile's capital center. The city offers tourists with a bevy of museums, theaters, restaurants and bars, as well as events and entertainment. Santiago de Chile is also located at the country's center, making it a convenient springboard for when you want to explore the rest of the country. What's unique about Chile is that it allows you to ski and be on the beach at the same time. This is due to the capital's location, nearing the mountains and the Pacific Ocean too. Such a treat to be skiing nearby Andres and enjoying the beach as well. Santiago is fast growing and has about 7 million inhabitants in its metropolis. What to do in Santiago? Of course, there are the hikes and mountain climbs. The city, after all, is surrounded with many mountains for such activity. You can go for a simple day trip or try hiking up the peak and ski down too. The city is also great for wine tasting. There are many remarkable winery and vineyards around Santiago. There are also tours in English and Spanish for your convenience. You may also opt to explore the city via a walking trip. There are many parks, historical sites, and places for shopping. There are parks that give you a beautiful view of the city. Some up the mountains where they offer cable cars for you to marvel at the city below you. There are also botanical gardens, zoos, and swimming pools for the whole family to enjoy. Plaza de Armas is the main plaza, where you'll find the National Cathedral and the main post office. You may find spice and food stores around, and it's great to get to know what else they offer. Try dropping by during the day. The National Cathedral is where the beloved state of Our Lady of Mount Carmel is located. It's a breathtaking neoclassical style building with several interesting spots and views. It houses the crypts of many bishops, has several altars, and has the tomb of statesman Diego Portales in it. Access to the cathedral is free too. For the ultimate shopping experience, visit the Mercado Central. It is the city's thriving hotspot, with stalls that sell food, especially fresh seafood. Plus, there are lots of restaurants around to choose from. Need entertainment? There are lots to see. Jazz clubs, theaters, and dance concerts are scattered throughout the city. Make sure to catch one during your visit. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hamas says it has a deal. Will Israel accept it? A ceasefire and partial hostage handover are on the table. Israeli protesters want the government to take it and bring the hostages home. But the leadership seems set on its maximalist Gaza offensive. Is this a breakthrough or another diplomatic breakdown? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. A ceasefire or long-term peace? A staged release of hostages or the full return of every captive? Both Israel and Hamas have, at times, changed their approach during negotiations to end the Gaza war. This latest potential breakthrough sees Hamas revive a plan it rejected in July. It now says it will agree to the US-backed proposal. But since then, Israel has toughened its demands. It's no longer interested in partial deals and is preparing for the full takeover of Gaza City.
Without Hamas's defeat, are not only hardening Hamas's position and delaying the release of our hostages, they are also ensuring that the horrors of October 7 will repeat themselves over and over again, and that our sons and daughters will have to fight over and over again in an endless war.
Those people the Prime Minister is referring to are these hundreds of thousands of protesters. On Sunday, they staged the largest demonstration since the war began 22 months ago. Demands for the government to make a deal are growing louder and louder. Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll ask, are we on the brink of a breakthrough? Are the recent protests a sign of deepening public anger? And are we any closer to a day-after plan for Gaza? Joining us to debate the latest ceasefire talks is Dr. Jamal Nazal, Fatah spokesperson and member of the Palestinian National Council. And also here on Counterpoints, Dr. Shuki Friedman, Vice President of the Jewish People Policy Institute and former head of the Foreign Law Department for the Israeli Prime Minister's Office. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me here on Counterpoints. Israel is weighing up Hamas's latest position on a Gaza ceasefire deal. According to mediators, this is effectively the same deal that the group rejected in July. Prime Minister Netanyahu says Hamas's revised position is a clear sign the group is under intense pressure. Shuki, let me start with you. Should Prime Minister Netanyahu take this deal?
It's a very difficult question because on one hand, the Israeli terms and the cabinet decision for ending the war and having a deal with Hamas is a complete and allowing the Hamas militia and full capability of Israel to control the borders, and which is the most important thing, actually taking Hamas off power in Gaza and putting there another power, maybe international or Arabic power that will take over Gaza and rule Gaza instead of Hamas. For now, it seems that Hamas is rejecting these terms, and then Netanyahu have a very difficult dilemma. On one hand, the possibility of releasing half of the live hostages and some bodies that Hamas take over, and also going to a ceasefire that will give Hamas the ability to gain power and to actually strengthen itself toward another round of violence against Israel.
But this is a deal that Israel agreed to in July. Why would it not agree to it again now?
As time passes, Israel realizing that Hamas is under pressure and the threat to take over Gaza and to invade Gaza and to actually take over the entire Gaza Strip under Israeli control is a serious threat toward Hamas. And also there is always a risk that we lose the rest of the hostages if we now agree to partial deal that will bring home only part of them.
Jamal, what do you make of that? Is this a tough decision for Israel to make, or if it is interested in getting the hostages back and getting peace, shouldn't this be an easy call?
Can we comment on the last sentence your guest has said? He said, we will lose the rest of the hostages if we accept this deal. Now, I am an opponent of Hamas. I disapprove of the October 7th. And you say if we make a ceasefire, you will lose the rest of the hostages. Whereas the offer that came from Witkoff would stipulate that a certain number of hostages would be released for a ceasefire of 60 days, and then there would be new negotiations on releasing new hostages for ending the war. This is what you do not want, because you want for the war to go on practically for a very long time, because the objective of Israel, as you said, is the occupation of Gaza, not freeing the hostages. That is really obvious. International Court of Justice has accused Israel of committing genocide. The international community knows this very well. The intention of Israel is to exterminate the entire Palestinian people, to displace them, and probably to get them out of Gaza at all. So we have two sides here. One side desires the end of the war. The other one is practicing warmongering, trying to destroy an entire people. The Palestinian people wants to end the war. We as Fatah wants to see an end to this one-sided war. There is no war. There is an Israeli aggression on a civilian population, and there is no Hamas. When Israel said they would invade Rafah, they said they would only destroy the last remaining 2 divisions of Hamas. Well, they came in, found no Hamas, and destroyed Rafah nonetheless. This is what they want to do with Gaza now, because they want to flatten the whole place. They said it on the first day. So the genocidal intention is there. It is well documented. It's on live stream. And there's it doesn't make sense to even ask the question, do you want to end the war or not? They don't want to end the war. That's the truth.
Dr. Friedman, respond to that. What do you make of those comments?
First of all, let's be precise. The ICJ never accused Israel of genocide. Just under investigation. The important thing is that Israel is willing to end the war tomorrow. It's just really very simple from the first day.
If the ICJ did not accuse Israel of genocide, why is Mr. Netanyahu and Gallant wanted?
Stop the war. We simply want to prevent another October 7. The Palestinians saying again and again, and by the way, do you imagine that 80% of the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza think that the October 7 invasion and truces against Israelis and rape and killing of babies was legitimate? Do you know that majority of Palestinians would recommend
That's distortion of facts
again and again? So Israel wants to live in a safe border, prevent another October 7, prevent rape of women, killing of babies, and taking...
How many babies has your government killed? Do you know that 17,000 Palestinian children were sniped by your government? You're talking about beheading babies. This has been debunked time and again.
Okay, let me ask this question then, Dr. Friedman. If I can put this to you.
Taking off Hamas power in Gaza and put another more responsible Arab forces to take over, to rule Hamas and to rule Gaza, and to enable Gazans and Palestinians live and prosper. Because if you look back in history on 2005, 20 years ago exactly, now, 20 years ago from now, we retreated from Gaza, enabled the Palestinians to prosper, to rebuild their state, to rebuild their sovereignty in Gaza. After a year, Hamas threw from roofs of Gaza buildings, Fatah people, and since then building his power and tunnels so we'll be able to invade Israel and to kill thousands of Israelis. We want peace. We retreated from Gaza. We're not willing to rule on Gaza and control it. We want to secure our borders from another October 7. And this is our obligation as Israelis to verify that Hamas is completely demolished and expired from the region, and it's the favor of the Palestinians themselves, because my friend, I would imagine, would not like Hamas to take over not Gaza and not the West Bank. And if Israeli.
All right, let me put that to Jamal for a response. Go ahead, Jamal.
Paying money to Hamas. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I want your response to that, and particularly this assertion that Israel left Gaza to ensure that the Palestinian people could prosper and rebuild. Is that what happened? And was that the precursor to what we saw on October 7?
I was there in 2005 when Sharon decided to one-sidedly withdraw from Gaza. He refused to coordinate this with the Palestinian Authority. So practically he handed Gaza down to Hamas. He handed Gaza over to Hamas.
No, he handed it to the Palestinian Authority. Arafat landed in Gaza.
It was not. It was a not coordinated.
After Oslo Agreement.
One-sided. Excuse me. It
You
was
had
a
the power,
one-sided
you had the
withdrawal by
guard,
the
you had
Israeli
everything.
government.
Just
And Gaza
rule.
remained under blockade
Helicopter
ever
rule.
since. Israel maintained control over the airspace, the border, the entry of fuel, water, food, and everything. So if Gaza was free, why are we seeing now 500 trucks outside of Gaza waiting to come in? No, Israel allowed Hamas to take over. Sharon helped Hamas to take over. And that at the time when the PA was placed under a military blockade, military sanctions, we were not allowed to buy arms to enforce the law. So that is the atmosphere where Hamas took over by the help of Israel. And if you are now an opponent to Hamas, were you saying this to your government when Mr. Netanyahu dispatched the head of the Mossad to Qatar, asking them to pay money to Hamas? Of course, your government has endorsed Hamas. It has protected it. It has made agreements with it. It has paid money to Hamas. And now all your problem is Hamas. And you are so kind saying that you want some Arab forces to rule the Palestinian. You are a professor of law, and you should respect the right of self-determination to the Palestinian people. We can govern ourselves. We are a people of 15 million individuals.
We're going to come to the day after later on in our show. We're going to come to what happens with the Palestinian people as our show progresses. So we will come to that. But let me, before we move on to our next segment, Dr. Friedman, respond to those allegations that Jamal has made. But I also want to ask you a very direct question because it's come from the mediators. The mediators of this have said that the ball is now in Israel's court. It could effectively pause the suffering now if it wanted to, couldn't it?
First of all, it's not true, because unless Hamas would agree to unarmed and to actually give up Gaza, the Palestinians will suffer and Israel will suffer. Furthermore, my friend is talking from Ramallah, I assume. The Palestinian Authority hardly controls the West Bank. I wish they would, but they don't. I don't think they're capable of taking over Gaza. So we, as
because of the Israeli attacks,
the international community would like Gaza to prosper, to rebuild, and to actually be an example. So the way Palestinians can control themselves, not choosing the way of terror, but choosing the way of sovereignty, responsibility, prosperity, and investing their resources, not in digging tunnels toward Israel and to attack Israel, not by...
What resources? Do you mean the millions of tax revenues that your government is withholding from our government? Is that our resources?
Weapons and ammunition, not resources in building water plants, in building power plants, in building factories, in building hospitals, and serve their population to the sake of the population.
How many hospitals did your government destroy in Gaza?
Okay, I have a question before we move on for you, Jamal. I want to know, this is effectively the same deal that Hamas rejected back in July. So this could all be a moot point that we're discussing now, because this could have been over if Hamas had have accepted the deal in July. Is there not a part to blame for there being a lack of unified pressure from the Palestinian community, the Palestinian Authority, from other members of this Palestinian cause that weren't able to ensure that this deal went through in July when it could have?
Is this question to me?
Yes.
We have no leverage over Hamas. We have no coordination with Hamas. Hamas didn't consult with us when they committed that horrible mistake of kidnapping civilians from in Israel. Of course, we do not condone this. And if they had listened to us, we would have built a government of national unity. We would have chosen the path of rebuilding instead of making alignments with Iran, something that we never aspired to do as a Fatah
if you don't have leverage on Hamas, how do you want to control Gaza? How could we be?
Hamas controls Gaza because you enabled them from doing this. Your government gave them money to do this. Your money are their partners. Hamas and Netanyahu are partners. They have had a coalition throughout the 90s when Hamas was doing the suicide bombings to topple the Israeli right governments, because Hamas's worst scenario was seeing a Palestinian state created. This is the same objective of Mr. Netanyahu, who dedicated his entire life to destroy the peace process, the Oslo. This was the common denominator of Hamas and Netanyahu. They worked together. And all of a sudden, they allowed the 7th of October to happen. Do you believe your government did not know about the 7th October 7th? Why then they would not allow for an independent commission to investigate what happened? Nobody knows what happened. Your government knows what happens, but the Israeli public doesn't know. The Israeli institutions wouldn't.
We're going to need to move on in a moment, but Shuki, I'm going to give you a right of reply before we move on to our next section.
You know, we're looking for the future, and I'm looking for the future of two people, Israel and the Palestinians, and the way we might prosper side by side. And I think as far as Hamas is controlling Gaza, no one will be able to control it, and therefore the first condition of enabling Palestinians to prosper is to take Hamas off power in Gaza. I think it's in interest of the Palestinian Authority. It's the interest of Israel, it's the interest of the rest of the region in Egypt. So everybody agree that this is the target. Now, the question is how to get there. I don't think, unfortunately, that the Palestinian Authority is able to do something about it. As my friend said, they don't have any leverage on Hamas, so someone has to do it, hopefully by a Hamas agreement to just give up. I hope they will, and will give Israel the rest of the hostages, and actually give up its power and weapon, and then we'll be able to go forward for a better future.
Okay. Well, from the last time that we spoke to a Hamas representative here on Counterpoints, they seemed adamant that they were not interested in disarming, so it will be interesting to see how those negotiations progress. But look, let's move on to a more domestic focus now. Prime Minister Netanyahu is facing two strongly opposed domestic positions right now. Firstly, there's pressure from the far-right members of his government who reject any truce with Hamas. And then there's growing public anger at the government's handling of the crisis. An estimated 400,000 protesters took to the streets on Sunday, the largest rally since the war began. So, Shuki, how much trouble is the Prime Minister in? Are these protests a sign of deepening public opposition to the government?
That's why they need to continue the war, to silence them.
All right. I'll come to you next, Jamal. Let's let Dr. Friedman answer.
First of all, I just demonstrate I don't speak for the Prime Minister in any way. I just give a interpretation of the situation. I would say that you're right, Netanyahu is in a real dilemma, in a T-junction where he has to decide whether to continue and keep his government by actually agreeing to the demands of the far-right wing members of the government, or to listen to the Israeli street and the majority of Israelis that want a truce with Hamas for now, not agreeing to leave Hamas in power, but actually agree to some truce that will enable us to get more hostages and more bodies from Hamas for now. And Netanyahu is actually, along the few recent days, again and again declared that indirectly and indirectly that he will continue the war and continue to...
But do you think that there is growing public opposition? Is there a feeling, is there a sentiment that people are unhappy?
No question that the majority of Israelis, based on polls that we have done within the Jewish People Policy Institute and others, and as you mentioned, by demonstrations in streets, that the Israeli public demanding the government to seriously consider a truce or made an agreement with Hamas for now. And Netanyahu is in a political dilemma because he might lose his government if he goes this direction.
Okay. Jamal, what do you think? Is this a distraction?
I think without the war, Netanyahu would lose his government, and he will have to go to elections that he will probably lose. That is why he thinks the only way to politically survive is for the war to go on. And for the war to go on means for the genocide to go on. What is happening now is a genocide. This is not a debate for scholars of international law. Everyone knows this. Continuing the war means continuing with the famine. And the famine is not a threat only to the present situation, because every single individual in Gaza is now food insecure. 500,000 people are in catastrophic hunger. That is IPC phase 5, and famine is not only a mass death. It reshapes the population for generations to come. During the Irish famine, for example, nearly 2 million Irish people died. 150 years later, survivor descendants still show higher rates of metabolic disorder. A person's food response has been altered indefinitely because of food scarcity that occurred 150 years ago. That means 150 years from now, we will have Palestinians who suffer from the consequences of famine, because there is a biological legacy attached to starvation. 2 million Palestinians face this fate today. And you support the continuation of the war. That means you support the continuation of death and genocide.
Shuki, do you think that the Prime Minister is happy to let the war continue as a distraction maybe from his domestic issues?
I must admit, it's surprising me that the spokesperson for Fatah is repeating Hamas lies regarding starvation.
Which lies? Hunger is documented.
Currently, hundreds or thousands of trucks with...
Well, you deny the very existence of the Palestinian people. How could you not deny the existence of famine?
The lie of starvation is definitely really...
Excuse me, for you, the existence of the Palestinian people is
a reality. No, let's go. It's no genocide. If Israel wanted to genocide the Palestinians, it was easy to do it. We don't have any interest in killing any Palestinians.
What if killing 60,000 civilians were not a genocide? Is it okay then?
Therefore, the question is now. You
don't answer my questions.
Politically, I will address the questions. But first of all, it's now the question politically is whether Netanyahu will decide to side by his government and choose the ability of surviving or take this risk. But I think what is really important is that the majority of the population in the Palestinian side will demand that Hamas will give back the hostages.
But do you think the majority, though, on the Israeli side also want the government to make a deal?
And all the starvation claims, it will enable the Palestinians to really get out of the catastrophe in Gaza now and rebuild their buildings and houses and infrastructures, because it's the interest of the Palestinians, it's the interest of the Israelis, and it's all in the hands of the Palestinians. Just simple.
But if I can return to the question at hand, do you think that the Prime Minister is keen to continue this war to distract from domestic issues?
I think
he very much is.
Prime Minister is in a serious dilemma, strategic dilemma, because giving up Hamas means that the risk to another October 7 is serious. So the Prime Minister has to find the path to take off Hamas from power and unarmed Hamas from its weapons in Gaza Strip. This is the strategic target of Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu. I don't know which path he will choose. I'm not sure that the only consideration is political.
Jamal, has the lack of a unified Palestinian voice played directly into Prime Minister Netanyahu's hands here? It's allowed him to create this distraction.
I guess so. This is the policy of divide and rule, which the Israelis learned from the British colonialism. There is no secret about that, and you don't have to be smart to do this. You only need to have the power and the means to do it. And Israel did have the power to place a military sanctions blockade on the Palestinian Authority back in the late 90s, and this allowed Hamas to arm through the tunnels that Israel overlooked, and that enabled them from taking power in Gaza. So the division, what they call Palestinian division, is a product of the Israeli policy. However, there is an unbridgeable rift between us and Hamas when it comes to the ideologies and objectives. As a Fatah, we are after creating an independent Palestinian state on the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. When it comes to Hamas's objective, I've been studying Hamas for 35 years. I don't know what they want. This is part of the Islamic Brotherhood. Israel enabled them in the late 70s.
Very clear. They want to take over Israel, demolish Israel, and take all Israel and the Jews out of the Palestinian territories.
So why did you give them money then? Why did you ask Qatar to give them $35 million a month? Your government did that because you wanted to widen the division.
Let Shuki respond to that allegation there. Jamal, go ahead, Dr. Friedman.
I mean, there's no allegation. It's simply the question of how the Palestinians will be able to prosper, because the Fatah and the Palestinian Authority are not capable of taking over Gaza today. So what their solution to the situation is, if tomorrow we will enable Palestinian Authority to get to Gaza, do you think they will be able to control the population there, rule Gaza? Of course not, unfortunately, for them and for us. And therefore, the only solution is to, this way or another...
If Israel stops intervening, we can do this. We can do this.
Israel retreated from Gaza, and we see all what happened. So,
but placed it under a blockade.
We have to look to the future and find the path of, first of all, for the sake of the Palestinian and Israeli, unarmed Hamas. Take it off.
I have one last domestic question.
On the way to prosper together.
We've heard a survey from Agam Labs at the Hebrew University that surveyed serving members of the military and asked them to describe their feelings about the proposed Gaza campaign. The biggest group, 47% of responders, express negative emotions towards the government and its handling of the hostage negotiations and that broader campaign. Shuki, do you think that Netanyahu's government is at risk?
I think it's risk both ways. First of all, if Netanyahu decides to go to truce, to risking his government, but on the other path as well. And definitely Netanyahu have to listen to the Israeli public, because if you want to go to war, you have to get a legitimacy from a wide portion of the people, which is not the situation right now. So I think, and again, this is what is important. Israel still have to put an eye on the strategic purpose of the war, which means taking Hamas off power in Gaza and unarming Hamas. But the path we should take might be a truce now if a reasonable condition will be achieved.
And what do you think, Jamal? Is this a government that is in danger? Is Netanyahu playing for power here? Does he want peace? Does he want to take Gaza City?
No, he doesn't. Well, you asked me earlier about the Palestinian divisions. In Israel itself, there are far more severe divisions in the Israeli society than the Palestinians ever had, because the Israeli society is a composition of ethnic groups that have nothing to do with each other. They cannot coexist with each other. And Israel, prior to October 7th, Israel was falling apart. The army was striking. The pilots were striking. Israel was heading to a terrible civil war. The October 7th rescued Israel from that fate. So there is a consensus in Israel that for the unity in Israel to be preserved, they need to continue with the war forever, I'm saying forever. On the Palestinian side, and that's a classic difference between us and the Israelis, peace and prosperity would unify Palestinians, whereas Israelis cannot be unified unless the war continue forever. I must tell you this thing. If Israel had gained victory in 1948, why is there war in 2025? If war is the way, why is Israel not living in peace? I was asking myself this question when the Iranian missiles were hailing down on Israel. I asked myself, why does Israel do this to itself? It has every chance to prosperity and peace. The Arab Initiative, launched by Saudi Arabia, adopted by the Arab Summit in 2002, was rejected by Sharon. The Arab states, headed by Saudi Arabia, offered Israel full-fledged peace in exchange for the territories occupied in 1967. You convince yourself. The Israeli public were bamboozled by their leadership that the Arabs want to destroy them. Nobody wants to destroy you. You want to destroy yourself by warmongering. Make peace with the Palestinians.
Only
okay, let's let Dr. Friedman respond to that. Shuki, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I wish was the situation. On October 7, Hamas invaded to Israel. They have planned to take over the rest of Israel. They have planned to, they already nominated people to be the mayor of Rehovot and Tel Aviv and so forth. In the middle of Tehran, there's a clock counting down to the end of Israel. They're developing missiles and a weapon of mass destruction in a declared purpose to demolish Israel. Hamas believes and ideology is to demolish Israel. So I wish that was the situation, and I wish Hamas would not invade Israel, killing almost 2,000 Israelis, raping women, killing babies on October 7. I wish, but the situation is that...
What do you think about killing 17,000 Palestinians?
Ourselves, not for the sake of war, but the sake of living here. And we want to live here. Side by side.
Do you have information that 17,000 Palestinian children were killed by prosper Palestinian
I doubt this. People, because Palestinian here, so I'm sure about it, and the majority of Israelis declare it. And I think, unlike the majority of Palestinians that want to October 7 to happen again and again, the majority of Israelis would like a peaceful life side by side with the Palestinian people, with the Palestinian Authority. And if I look to the future, I hope one day we will get there.
Okay, well, we have been talking a little bit about the future, and I said we'd come back to it. So let's wrap up our show with that topic. In order for any peace agreement to be lasting and just, a stable future for each party must be assured. And yet, the future of the Palestinians remains very much uncertain. Israel says it wants to take control of Gaza City, but it doesn't want to govern it. Netanyahu's government has approved a symbolic motion to annex the West Bank, and President Trump isn't backing away from his plan to turn Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East. So we'll go to you first then this time, Jamal. What does a day after the war in Gaza look like? Is Hamas there? Is Fatah there? Who's in control? Are they going to recognise an Israeli state? What does it look like?
Well, we start from what you said. You said Israel wants to take over Gaza, but it doesn't want to govern it. Well, let's do the math. What does it mean when Israel takes over Gaza and is not willing to govern it? That means, where will the Palestinian people be? The majority of them may have died by the end of the war. They will perish either by famine or getting sniped or whatever. So the big question is, where will the Palestinian people be if the war continues? And I am afraid that Israel wants for the war to continue until the last Palestinian in Gaza is killed. This is the most dangerous thing that has ever taken place on earth. So the major step would be for Israel now to stop the war, to free the hostages. We want the hostages to go home, and we want our 17,000 prisoners also to go home. 17,000 prisoners and 17,000 Palestinian children killed. What does the day after look like? Israel has to withdraw, and the Palestinian Authority can govern Gaza. The Palestinian Authority was built from nothing.
Would you be able to go to Gaza
We do have a state. We have the institutions of the state, but the Israeli army keeps on destroying everything that we rebuild, because Israel simply, the Israeli governments never wanted peace. Peace has to be imposed on Israel by the major powers that have created Israel. And yes, Israel will have to listen and see in New York in September, world states recognizing Palestine one after the other, and it will be seated in its place and having to listen to what has to be, namely the recognition of the Palestinian state that will come sooner or later. A Palestinian state will be created on the side of Israel, not instead of Israel. Nobody is talking about removing Israel. Israel has to be the neighbor of the Palestinian state, in spite of the fact that every Israeli is convinced that Hamas or Iran wants to destroy them. Hamas isn't in a position to destroy anyone except itself.
Okay, all right. And Shuki, you've been saying there needs to come a time when both sides are going to live peacefully side by side. For Israel, what does the day after the war look like?
We are mentioning today 30 years, exactly 30 years, the secret signing of the Oslo Agreement in Oslo. It happened exactly 30 years from now. Unfortunately for the Palestinians, they had the opportunity to establish a state, but they failed to do it. And Arafat broke out in, first of all, Hamas, and then Yasser Arafat, the Palestinian leader, broke out in violence against Israel in 2000. And
when Sharon invaded Al-Aqsa Mosque, killing 1,000 Palestinians.
We'll just let Dr. Friedman finish his response, and then I'll come back to you, Jamal.
So the Palestinians said never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. I hope this crisis will be taken by the Palestinians, and they will responsibly take over the Gaza Strip after Hamas would remove from power. For now, I would not recommend my friend to go to Gaza because he'll be assassinated by Hamas, but maybe one day it will be possible, and then we will have to slowly rebuild the trust between the people.
Well, I need to go to Jerusalem to do my prayers. I wouldn't be allowed by your government. They probably would arrest me.
What about international recognition of the Palestinian state? Shuki, has that made any difference? Do you think when international communities come out, other countries come out and recognize the Palestinian state, does that increase pressure on Israel? Does it make Israel think that a two-state solution is possible, or do you think that it is an unnecessary provocation and distraction at this current juncture?
First of all, we have to remember that approximately 137 states already recognized Palestinian state. The UN General Assembly decided approximately 10 years ago, or a bit less, to recognize Palestinian state. So it's not the first time it happened. So far, it's not in any way brought a Palestinian real state. Palestinian real state, not a declared state, will happen.
We have a real state. You only need to recognize it. Palestine does exist as a state. I'm sorry that you cannot go to Ramallah because you don't want to.
No, actually, I've been there. Nice place.
So if you've been there, you have seen the institutions of the state.
Yeah, unfortunately, these institutions failed to rule the Palestinians. The last time that you had an election in Palestinian Authority was 20 years ago. So basically, the Palestinian Authority doesn't function.
What about the $2 billion that your government...
I think that's a good point with regards to elections. I mean, if we're talking about what the future looks like, when are we going to have elections?
We will have elections once the Israeli occupation ceases to be that violent. 2021, we were so close to holding our elections. Then Israel decided to bar elections in Jerusalem. So we had to choose between elections without Jerusalem or elections in Jerusalem. Israel didn't allow us to have elections in Jerusalem. If we accept elections without Jerusalem, that's like recognizing Jerusalem as an Israeli capital, which we do not do. However, a decree has been signed by the president to hold elections for the Palestinian National Council. This will happen soon. We are forming a new constitution. All Israel needs to do is leave us in peace, and we can manage our affairs. We are a people of 15 million people, totally talented. Unlike Israel, we are less dependent on the international community. Can Israel survive without American money? We can. We have shown that we can survive without international money. Your government, your people, can they survive as a colonial power without the complete financing and protection by the United States? That's a classic difference between us.
Okay, let's let Shuki respond to that.
The majority of the budget, the Palestinian budget is very small, ridiculous number, $4 billion or something, and the majority of it coming from donations and taxes.
It's not true.
Paid by Israelis, with no financing from sources, outside sources, foreign sources, and Israeli sources. The Palestinian Authority collapsed in 2, 3, 4 weeks. Israel, on the other hand, is economic.
That's misinformation against the facts. Your government withholds the tax revenues of the Palestinian government. To find that's a fact. Why do you deny this?
We just have to Google it, we see it. Anyway, but the important thing is that I think that Palestinians have to take seriously governing. And so far, they never managed to build.
We don't need lectures from yourself. You need to stop killing people.
We're happy
that's your first homework.
Be able to do it. The Palestinians be able to do it. And I hope that, again, one day, in the near future, the Palestinian people and the Israeli people will have enough confidence in each other, not depend on foreign declarations, it wouldn't support it, not depend on foreign pressure on each side, wouldn't support it. We have to build together. We have to build confidence that the Palestinians would not like to kill us and vice versa. And if that day will come, we'll be able to prosper together.
Before we get there, we need a ceasefire deal. These could be very, very formative days, maybe weeks, and let's hope not months ahead. Gentlemen, we're out of time, so we will have to leave it there. But I thank you both for your impassioned contribution to Counterpoints. We like to put both sides of the story to our audience here, and you have certainly brought that for us, and we appreciate your time. Thank you to our guests, Dr. Jamal Nazal, Fatah spokesperson and member of the Palestinian National Council, and Dr. Shuki Friedman, Vice President of the Jewish People Policy Institute and former head of the Foreign Law Department for the Israeli Prime Minister's Office. Thanks for joining Counterpoints. And our audience, thank you to you for joining us on this episode of Counterpoints. You can watch our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. Thanks for your company.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Naples. Naples, or New City. It is the capital of Campania, an Italian region and also the third largest municipality in Italy. The city has a population of about 4 million or more, one of the largest metropolises on the Mediterranean Sea. It's the 9th most populous urban area in the European Union. Naples is also one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. Now, what's there to do and see in Naples? First up is to try its great pizzas. It's a must in Naples. The city, after all, is the birthplace of pizza, and the locals take their signature dish very seriously, crafting every pie with love and care and expertise. Make sure you go to a pizzeria that's serving pizza vera napoletana, true Neapolitan pizza, to make your trip to the city worthwhile. After stuffing yourself with pizza, it's time to wander around the city. The historic center is a great way to see the city. Go about it without a plan. The Storico Antico is most recommended, as it is both ancient and modern. It's got a mix of old hills and buildings and shops and apartments that have been there for centuries. Next up is Italy's 2 most popular sites for tourists, the ruins of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Take the time to look into ancient Roman life. Of the two, Pompeii is the more famous archaeological site, while Herculaneum can appear to be the more interesting one due to its smaller size and because it houses more artifacts. After touring, it's time to eat again. Aside from pizza, there's sfogliatelle. Naples' signature sweet pastry is to die for as well. It is layers of flaky pastry dough on the outside, and when you bite into it, you'll taste the dense filling of sweetened ricotta cheese, heavy and indulgent. You may come across 2 varieties called Briccia and Froglia. The former has a flaky exterior and is more difficult to make. The latter has a smooth outer crust and just as great tasting. These are often eaten by the locals for breakfast, but to some, it might be as good as a dessert. Petra. Feast your eyes on amazing sights in Petra, Jordan. The city offers breathtaking views and scenery that you wouldn't have ever imagined. See the city through horseback riding. You can take a shortcut from the entrance to the Seek. It is considered the canyon entrance to the city. Petra is known by many names, like Nabateans as Rakhmu, named by the Arab Nabateans who founded the city capital from way back in 312 BC. Petra is also known as the Rose City because of the light reddish hue of the rocks upon which the city is built on. The city itself can be considered as an archaeological city. Just look at its marvelous rock carving architecture and its elaborate water conduit system. If Petra seems straight out of a movie set, then you have probably seen it before, as there have been a number of feature films shot on location in this unique gem of a city. Think of any movie featuring ancient temples set in a desert landscape, and they probably shot that in Petra. There's amazing treasury to be viewed in Petra. There's just so much history to experience here. For instance, the small bumps and outcrops in the rock in the Sikh are suddenly transformed into carvings of camels and the remains of elaborate archways. There's also the Petra Archaeological Park that's worth touring. You can also meet the Bedouin men on camels, horses, or donkeys that may take you on a tour around the city. They can bring you to places where the women will be selling souvenirs for your take-home. There are handicrafts and jewelry, as well as postcards and stones. The residents at Petra are also good in the English language, so it'll be easier for you to shop and bargain. You can also visit a spring monastery. The Petra Monastery has over 800 steps. You can climb it yourself or ride a donkey going up. The trip is worth it. You'll see how grand and big the monastery is. The large cave, the colors of the stones, all breathtakingly incredible. At night, the city is amazing too. Go to Petra after sunset and walk through the Sikh lined with candles. It gives the entire canyon an eerie but attractive glow. It's also where you can sit and listen to traditional Bedouin music and stories of Bedouin legend. Denver, a megacity with urban landscapes surrounded by the great outdoors. Welcome to Denver. Denver is capital city of the state of Colorado. It is also considered as its most populous city. Denver is known as a mile-high city because its elevation is exactly a mile high from the sea level. It is located in the plains near the foot of the American Rocky Mountains. Because of this, you can expect good weather in Denver all year round. There's a popular saying that Denver receives 300 days of sunshine every year. But don't be fooled. The high altitude of Denver makes sure that the temperatures remain at a cool range, but at the same time, the air is quite thinner when you are way up there. This means cleaner, fresher air, but at the same time, lower humidity, so always keep yourself hydrated when in Denver. Denver has also some of the most culturally and ethnically diverse populations in the U.S., so you can expect to meet people from many different backgrounds when you visit. What to do in Denver? Go to downtown Denver to experience its hip and historic district. This is where you'll find a huge independent bookstore, Western wear clothing stores, and dozens of brew pubs and dining options. Then, if you want to see the best in Denver's art scene, take a trip to the Denver Art Museum. Or visit the Denver Santa Fe Art District, featuring Denver's finest artists and a monthly art walk featuring rotating art pieces from local artists. Visit the Uptown, one of Denver's hippest hoods, where you'll find the City Park, the Denver Zoo, as well as the Museum of Nature and Science. Tourists may opt for a tourist pass, which lets you visit most of Denver's museums and tourist spots, all with a single pass at a very affordable price. For food options, look no further. The city has countless food rows in every corner, from homey local diners to chic five-star restaurants. Denver's diverse culinary palette boasts of a fusion between American, Italian, Mexican, and even Asian cuisines. So if you're looking for a destination in the United States, make sure to stop by in Denver. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Now to our top story. Donald Trump has welcomed European leaders and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House for a high-stakes meeting. Ahead of the talks, President Zelensky and Trump have held a press conference in the Oval Office where Zelensky personally thanked Trump for his personal efforts to stop the war. The talks followed Trump's summit with Vladimir Putin in Alaska on Friday. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Thank you so much for both joining me today. On a historic day, unprecedented. I feel like we're having more and more of these historic moments. But Michael, a meeting, like I said, that just felt unprecedented. And at such short notice, we saw all the European leaders change their schedule and go to help Volodymyr Zelensky essentially in the Oval Office today and try and reach some sort of deal with Donald Trump.
You and I were talking before, there's a sense of momentum. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of people around the world recognize that there is a real opportunity here. And I know the European leaders are feeling like they're not necessarily comfortable going at this pace that Donald Trump is wanting to go at, but they, I think, recognize that if he's going to move, we need to make sure we keep him engaged. We can't lose his, we can't have him being disinterested. And we'll go along, we'll make sure that we offer support, but also we make sure that there are certain things that, you know, are not missed during the negotiating process.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think after that Alaska summit and the love-in that many people were calling it between Putin and Donald Trump, many people couldn't believe the red carpet was rolled out for Vladimir Putin. There was a military fly past. It seemed to be like old friends meeting each other. So really, Gemma, the optics of all of that was pretty fascinating to watch from the whole start to the finish. I think the main thing that got me was Putin smiling in the back of the beast.
He was very much a man in his element, but also looking like a man who was getting what he believed was due to him. You know, thoroughly, I deserve this praise, I deserve this welcome, you know, from one statesman to another. As well, he spoke first in the joint statement to the press. Again, unprecedented because he's on foreign soil and usually, well, Trump's on US soil, he would speak first. And again, Trump stood by and let him speak, and he spoke for quite a few minutes. So everything has been extended to Putin. And I did wonder, is there going to be a red carpet rollout for Macron and Starmer? And is there going to be a fly pass as well? But, you know, we haven't seen that exact same treatment.
No, we haven't at all. But at least, you know, we saw Zelensky back in the Oval Office today, Gemma and Michael, and all of us can remember that February showdown that happened between Trump, J.D. Vance and Zelensky. And now he's kind of gone with his A-team, hasn't he?
Yeah.
You know, the NATO chief, the European commissioner, you know, there's so many people then who said the big European leaders have also gone to accompany him. A different tone, definitely, this time. But do you think Europe was also really concerned that Russia was going to get everything it wanted after that Alaska meeting, and Ukraine was going to have to be the one who had to give in, and all the concessions would fall on their side?
Well, even now, I think that there is still some concern. The information that's leaked out so far from inside sources and what, you know, various wire services are reporting is that it appears as though Ukraine is going to have to give, you know, Vladimir Putin pretty much everything that he's wanting. And I haven't heard anybody talk about or cite anyone with inside knowledge about what Vladimir Putin is going to have to give up. But, you know, when you compare today's meeting in the Oval Office with President Zelensky to the one in February, you know that there was so much more. I would imagine that President Zelensky came in almost as though, you're my ally, we've been friends for a long time, I'm in the midst of a war, and you're trying to help me out. I'm here that we can be equals and have some sort of common ground and maybe find a way forward. This time, of course, it seems as though everybody recognized this is Donald Trump's office. You need to make sure that you are respectful. You need to be quite clear about how respectful you are. You need to make sure that he is feeling appreciated.
Yeah.
And as you had said before we went on the air, that he was also, for J.D. Vance perhaps, wearing a suit.
That was my first question. I said, was he wearing a suit? Yeah.
And I think that was quite important, actually, for Zelensky. He was wearing a suit. It looked like almost a military suit, we could put it that way, not a traditional suit. It was all black. You know, we always see him as black military fatigues, and he's worn them since Russia's special military operation, war, whatever you wish to call it. And I thought that was really interesting because, you know, Donald Trump is all about the optics, and that's something that sort of caused the massive fight that started in February. That got the ball rolling, didn't it? But it's really interesting because now we're getting some lines coming out of these meetings, and, you know, it's saying that Donald Trump's saying that Russia has agreed to some of the security guarantees that they are discussing to be put in place with Europe. We're hearing from the German Chancellor, helpful to meet, but next steps could be more complicated. So now, you know, Donald Trump was saying I could end this war within 24 hours. It's gone on a lot longer. He met the Russian president and seemed quite confident that it was Zelensky who had to make a deal. But the Europeans are coming out and saying, the next steps are going to be more complicated. And now Donald Trump saying there could possibly be a ceasefire, not just a complete end to the war. So we are seeing him change his stance from that Alaska summit, which I think is really interesting. So maybe the European pressure is helping a little bit in some respects the Ukrainian cause.
I've also seen many analysts say that Donald Trump is a man who has inspired by the last conversation that he has. And some would say, in perhaps too harsh a way, that he's easily manipulated.
Yeah.
But because he can have these conversations, and he'll be in a situation where he'll recognize that's actually pretty good, which may be completely different from before. And this is where it becomes so problematic, especially with the tariff situation. And there's a lot of instability in the markets at times because there isn't a strategy that's clearly explained in that, as he's talked about himself, he follows his gut more often than not.
And I think that is also the difficult part when it comes to negotiating with someone like Vladimir Putin, as we've been discussing. You know, Vladimir Putin's old hat at this. He is the diplomat. He isn't the deal maker, as Donald Trump is.
KGB man.
Yeah, he's the former KGB man. You know, he's not making real estate deals. It's actually something that is pretty different. But, you know, the whole reality of this is we're talking about this and we're getting lines out of it. And, you know, Zelensky says he's ready for a trilateral meeting between Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin and himself, something that they've been talking about quite a lot. But once again, we've got nothing really concrete. We don't know what the security guarantees are going to be for Ukraine. We don't know if there's going to be a ceasefire. We don't know if, everything still seems like a lot of moving plates at the moment. And where's the end goal? And today, we can't forget that Russia sent drones into Ukraine, killing at least 10 people. So while the diplomacy happens, Gemma, the human life is what's the cost.
It does feel that, you're saying one thing and then, back in your country, these other terrible things are happening. It does feel quite two-faced. I think it's, as you said, there's been no deals, there's been nothing signed, there's been nothing fully agreed upon. Putin has remained quiet. We haven't actually heard him say he's going to allow for this or stop that. And what I find very interesting with this NATO-style security guarantees is, what if they're put in place, and then what if Putin calls their bluff? Are these nations going to send in their troops, send up their airplanes, send in, their navies? Will that actually happen? Because we've seen time and time again, Putin plays brinkmanship, and he enjoys that game. And
he's good at it.
He's excellent at it. And you have to have the stomach for a game like that. And I'm not sure which other world leaders have the stomach to go head-to-head in that respect.
To that point about having the stomach, I agree with you. You're absolutely right. He's lost by many accounts, as many as 1 million men. To be in a war that's gone on for 3.5 years and to suffer that number of casualties and to still have the determination to go forward, he definitely has the stomach for it.
But I also think Zelensky really had the stomach for it today, too, in many respects, because after that dressing down he got in the Oval Office, he went back, he sat down, he spoke to Trump. We talk about Russia attacking Ukraine again, and many people are saying, does Vladimir Putin really want peace? But then you see Zelensky go back to the Oval Office, and he's determined to get some kind of resolution for his country. And he also said that he's willing to hold elections, which is another concession, because many people that I've spoken to from the Russian side have said to me, the Russians view Zelensky as an unelected puppet. He shouldn't be there. Obviously, there's no elections during wartime, but it seems to be that Zelensky's really putting himself on the line here and saying, OK, this is what I want. And now it's to see if Russia will come to the table.
But this, this is what I think true statesmanship is all about, where if the president has to sacrifice himself and step down so that there can be peace finally and the war can stop, that I think is, the man will, I think, be revered in his country for years and decades to come. But it's also, we've talked about everything that Zelensky is going to have to accept, but again, there's no talk about. At any point during the negotiating process, is President Zelensky going to say, but what is, the other side? This is a negotiation.
Yeah, Zelensky's list gets longer after every meeting. Yes.
And what is the other guy giving me? Is he just stopping the war, and that's the only thing?
But that's the amazing thing about Putin, and this is what everyone said. He's not changed one bit, has he? He's stuck to what he wanted from the beginning. He's seen it through completely, and there's no way that we've seen him shift at all.
I do think having the European leaders there has given Zelensky additional confidence. I said earlier, it's like he turned up with backup.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what I thought was interesting as well, it wasn't just backup of supporters that he can count on, Macron, Starmer. He also brought supporters of Trump from, from Finland, from Italy. So it wasn't overly confrontational. It wasn't, this is them and, versus us. I really feel that he's played the game very well.
Zelensky, I think I agree with you actually, and we're hearing from Keir Starmer now, and we know that Keir Starmer has been that massive bridge between Zelensky and Donald Trump, because you remember after the bust-up in the Oval Office, Zelensky went straight to Britain, and before he entered these talks, we saw Zelensky at Downing Street again, and that perfectly choreographed social media, but the UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer, we can make real progress on security guarantees. So it seems to be that this meeting that they're having right now with the European leaders, Zelensky and Trump, is focusing on the security guarantees and how to shore that up and make sure Russia is on board with that so they don't once again, go back into Ukraine. So it's going to be an interesting outcome. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has said tensions between China and India are not in the interests of either country. Speaking on the second day of his India tour, he met his counterpart and discussed security issues along their shared border. The two sides agreed to hold their next border summit next year. Camille Nedelec has more.
Signs of a continued thaw between two great powers in the region. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi was in New Delhi for talks with Indian officials. In October last year, relations improved when India and China signed a pact to reduce tensions at the Himalayan border, a pact that seems to have held.
Then, in the last 9 months, there has been an upward trend. Borders have been quiet. There have been peace and tranquility. Our bilateral engagements have been more substantial.
It's only the second such meeting since multiple skirmishes broke out 5 years ago. 20 Indian soldiers and 4 Chinese soldiers were killed. The two countries are in dispute about where exactly lies the border between them in the Himalayas. Any attempts to build and develop in the area by either side are viewed as a territorial claim by the other. But now the tone has changed, amid reports that Beijing has pledged to provide India with rare earth minerals and fertilizer.
China is willing to take Foreign Minister Wang Yi's visit to India as an opportunity to work with India to implement the important consensus reached by the leaders of the two countries, maintain the momentum of high-level exchanges, enhance political mutual trust, strengthen pragmatic cooperation, and properly handle differences.
A further sign of closer ties. The foreign minister's visit comes just days before India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi prepares to travel to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Summit. It will be Modi's first trip to China in 7 years. Camille Nedelec, Arabiya English.
There we are, Dr. Ellie. So we know Xi Jinping is going to go meet Narendra Modi. As Camille just said, it's 7 years that hasn't happened. But what are the deeper strategic goals behind India and China re-engaging now after all of this time?
Well, we have to keep in mind, first of all, that these are maybe the biggest rising economic powers. They are the direct competitors of each other, not only in Asia, but in specific fields of economy altogether. And there have been a huge amount of historical conflicts, not only the border, also historical, cultural, even religious, and all kind of competition there. I think we are at a stage today where both have met in BRICS for a few years now. And one integral part of BRICS is, I think, pushing towards a multipolar world in the proper sense of the term and creating entities outside the US that could balance the power of the US and create that open space of economic cooperation, of financial cooperation, all of that. This is where I think they both saw that opportunity to cooperate, noting that lately we have seen a little bit of a conflict between the US and India with regards to Russia's oil production and with regards to tariffs and so on. So I think India is clearly opening its options. It's trying to be in a friendly relationship with China rather than a continuous competition, hopefully leading to something that can benefit them both.
And it's really interesting you talk about the BRICS countries, because when you talk about tariffs in general, the BRICS countries had severe tariffs imposed on them by the US, because the US actually see the BRICS in many respects as a threat.
Exactly.
And that is something that we have discussed and something that is definitely in the zeitgeist of the tariffs conversation. So how much really, Jono, has US tariffs really pushed this relationship and this meeting and normalization of ties you know, how much has it pushed it forward?
Well, we know they're steep, and we know that already New Delhi and Washington, the ties between both were already somewhat strained. I think the tariffs further strain that as well. Modi needs a reason in order to find a balance, and he needs to find that somewhere else. And of course, China is the obvious answer with the fact that it is so close. But it is so significant that the two parties would come together, given the fact that there's a years-long debate going on about the border that has for many times. And as you said, India is part of the Quad. So the tariffs undercut US leverage, which is, I think, an important part of this as well. Rebuilding these ties with China is so important, and this is a way to hedge probably bets for the future as well. And this protects India, as Dr. Ali said. It will be a super economy. It's just a matter of time. So this pressure that we're seeing now has nudged India towards easing. Trump's pressure with the tariffs has nudged India towards easing the relations with Beijing. And I think now that this dialogue has opened, we will see bigger and better things as well. And as you mentioned, when Xi Jinping is making his way to there after 7 years, that is significant. That is really significant. And I think what we'll see with the thawing of relations in the next couple of weeks and couple of months, we'll see developments forward whereby the reliance on the US is far less than it currently is. And I think both of those economies require that at the moment in order to be able to somewhat counteract the huge tariffs that have been put in place.
And one thing we can't forget is the populations of India and China. They're absolutely massive when it comes to consumers buying things.
Exactly.
It's just the volume of people. But Dr. Elliott, I've also heard the counter-argument right here that right now, with the tariffs that have been imposed on India from the US and India moving closer towards China, this hampers the link that the US has into Asia, because India was a traditional ally. Sure. We know that hasn't always been the state of the play when it comes to lots of other Asian economies and Asian governments. So is this potentially going to pose a bigger threat to the US than they expect?
Definitely, to a certain extent. Trump's actions are a bit pushing away the different actors, notably key players like India, which was the main economic partner in Asia, but also strategic and even military with the different alliances that they had. Now, let's keep in mind something that is very important. Countries like India, like even South Africa, even Brazil, even the Saudi Arabia, they will search as rising powers to open all their options up, not to be in animosity with any major power, and not to be counted as ally to only one at the expense of others. So it is a strategic move. It has taken the shape of BRICS, among other things, but I think India is simply not changing completely alliances until maybe things would develop in a different way. But so far, I think India's economy is too tied to the US economy. India's military is too tied to the US military. So I think they are only opening their options. They are increasing the advantage of their relations with all key major powers, rather than shifting alliances from the US towards China. There's too much mistrust. There's too much history between the two and too much different systems. I don't think India can fully move alliances and trust that China completely.
And I think exactly to what Dr. Ali said as well. On the border, there is still active fighting. We have to remember in the Himalayan mountains, which is, of course, something that we're now seeing a de-escalation of, but that is still active. But we now know that Modi as well has also had a conversation on the phone with Putin today, who seems to have been very busy. So they've also spoken there. And again, like Dr. Ali said, it's a shift of alliances that they're just making sure they're covering themselves off, which I actually think is very, very smart as a move to do. You reduce your reliance on the US. You're increasing partnership with somebody who you have not had any actual relations with in many, many years. And you're also checking in with Russia, which we've already seen in the past previously with oil and gas as well. But you're making sure that they're also on side. You're not completely shifting, but you're making sure you've got many fingers in many different pies and therefore protecting yourself for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I couldn't agree more. And I feel like all the world leaders have been very busy lately. They all seem to have been calling each other and having diplomatic talks.
It's called the Trump effect.
It's called, I definitely think that, isn't it? It seems like everyone is just redoing their diaries daily just to make sure that they've, got something up their sleeve to prepare for. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And the Trump administration has announced plans for a new ICE detention facility in Nebraska that's set to hold 280 undocumented migrants. The facility will be dubbed the Cornhusker Clink, a play on Nebraska's nickname of the Cornhusker State and an old slang term for jail. Jono, the clink. We all know what the clink is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Nebraska was the Cornhusker State until today.
Well, there we are. I know.
280 new beds are going into this. So, on the grand scheme of things, this is quite small. Alligator Alcatraz was bigger by comparison, but not a lot bigger. What we know about it, we just know that it is going to be the detention centre whereby they will hold some of the many, many thousands of people, I'll go into that in a second, that have been detained in Nebraska while they're awaiting for their trial to find out if they're going to be legally permitted to live in the United States or they're going to join the illegal immigrants who are leaving the country. Approximately 150,000 in Nebraska alone. Now when you take it and put it into the equation, it doesn't seem like a lot because you've got 288 beds. So you can figure out the math on that. It's going to take a long time to get through all of that. If you look at the US in its entirety, 46 million immigrants. Of that, it's estimated that around approximately 10 or 12 million of them are illegally staying in the country. So they have to be processed and they have to be removed from the country. And you might think, how long is that going to take at the current level of ICE detention centres that they have? And even with the 200% increase planned for Nebraska in the next, they reckon 6 to 7 weeks, it might be a little bit more. It's still going to take 50 years at the current processing time that we're seeing in order to get through these legal immigrants and to find out if they actually are being permitted or have to be deported. So this is one of the big campaign trail mentions that we had, and it was a rhetoric that we had from the Trump administration that he was going to work on immigration. It seems like the feat is going to be almost impossible in this administration and maybe even in this lifetime for a lot of people who are alive right now. 50 years is certainly a long time. Daily arrests are up from 1,000 to 3,000. That's based upon January of this year. So yes, there are more ICE agents. They are potentially getting more people behind bars. But what we've seen is a massive difference and massive sway in 2 or 3 separate things. One of those things is the number of people who've been arrested who are not actually convicts or criminals. And that has gone from where it was up to 70%, which is a sharp rise in that. And we're seeing a lot more people who are being detained with 3 million on the backlog now to have their case heard in front of a court. So it's not working quite according to plan. And I don't think on the scale that we're seeing here that we're going to achieve that.
But like you said, it's something so difficult to achieve in reality. And I think that maybe Trump wildly underestimated how hard it would be. But these centres are, Shane, so divisive, and critics are saying a lot at the moment. So what do they have to say about this?
It's America, so it's divisive. Everything's going to be divisive. Democrats, Republic. But this is particularly divisive, and it's not surprising because it's this topic. So the supporters have said that these facilities are going to detain the worst of the worst and ensure homeland security. Which, you know, the thousands that you mentioned that there's 280. So I think that there's probably some legitimacy in that. Like, you know, the 280 worst will end up in what was it again?
Cornhusker Clink.
But then, so on the flip side of it, then you've got the Democrat side, and they were saying that it's morally and legally unacceptable what's happening, and that there's no due process, and also it's going to target hard-working families. So on one side you've got hard-working families, on the other side you've got the worst of the worst. So I think probably the reality is probably somewhere in the middle. But I kind of looked at some of the other centres, and I do like the way these things sort of end up with alliteration. And there's Alligator Alcatraz Deportation Depot, and I think the other one is Speedway Slammer. So I think you can sort of tweet in what you think the other ones are going to be. But there was one in particular, Fort Bliss, it was called, and I think that had legitimate sort of concerns over the bidding process, and there's a lot of investigations going into that, and who's getting what money and who's winning what sort of contracts. So I think there is legitimate concerns over these facilities, but also as well, when you look at it, 280, it just doesn't seem that many, really.
No. And I think, obviously, there's an issue with prisons. We can't put these illegal immigrants in prisons and continue to do that, which also is a privatised company across most of the US. So you have to look, somebody's profiteering somewhere along here.
Yeah.
The cost for each one of these prisoners to go into, detainees would be the correct terminology, but they are prisoners. To go into one of these centres is $10,000 minimum. That's a minimum. That's what's going to cost to have them in there for any period of time whatsoever past 5 weeks. That is your turnaround time. It's 5 weeks from when they enter the door to when they leave. So it's going to take a very, very long time. But at the same time, this is what the public wanted. This is what people voted for.
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say to you. You know, we just have to look at, obviously, there's massive supporters of this who got Donald Trump into power on his fact he was going to make the city safer, he was going to make America great again, he was going to bring more jobs, he was going to stop, you know, the illegal aliens coming from Mexico. That's what he spoke about, you know, build the wall. We heard that so much in his first term.
Yeah, it was just feeding into people's sort of fears, and it worked because, you know, he won. And I'm inclined to believe, in some respects of it, you know, the worst of the worst, there should be just better, you know, administration and analysis.
But I do think one thing, I just think we look at the UK right now, and we look at the migration scene in the UK, and they have been housing people in hotels.
Yeah, at $25,000 a year.
Exactly. At more money. You know, it's been causing outrage within the local towns because people have felt unsafe.
Yeah.
You know, these people haven't been documented. There's been a lot of unrest over that. So if we look in comparison to what's actually happening in England at the moment, where now the courts have got involved in it because it's been so divisive, maybe America are doing it right.
Well, they seem to be able to do it a lot quicker. It could be just a case of they've got more spare land going around and they don't have as much planning regulations, which seems to stop everything in the UK and Ireland these days anyway. But and they do seem like fairly temporary buildings that can sort of be pushed up pretty quickly. So I think yes, the US seems to be taking this a lot more stringently, and it seems to be stuck down in a lot of sort of regulation in the UK, which is surprising because they're both, you know, Brexit was built on this issue. So you would think that the UK would have a lot more time to have dealt with this problem and come up with a solution. So
but
I think
it's still a disaster.
Yeah. And which I think is when you see Democrats saying this is not humane, this is not the right thing to do, this is not correct. Everyone seems to have a criticism on what this current solution is, but nobody seems to have the alternative solution for what will actually work. And if this administration are doing anything, they're at least trying to stick by the word, which is what they said. We will work on deporting illegal immigrants. Okay, it's a slow process, but at least they've kicked the process off, which is more that can be said for, I think, in a lot of countries in Europe would
and then, I think when the midterm elections come around, then that'll be another time to renew the mandate.
Absolutely.
And people will decide whether the Trump administration has done enough or whether how they feel on the situation. So we'll get another indication of where the lay of the land is.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And let's move on to another story now. And the White House has launched an official TikTok account, taking advantage of the app's 170 million US users. Its first video shows footage of Trump as he declares, "I'm your voice." We'll take a look.
Every day, I wake up determined to deliver a better life for the people all across this nation. I am your voice.
So, reaction, you haven't seen it,
No,
Shane?
I didn't watch it. I wanted to watch it live. It's surprisingly classy, I have to say. Like, for a man who generally likes a bit of YMCA and, you know, even in Saudi Arabia, I'm quite surprised. I was expecting something a lot cheesier.
It
and
looks
a little
great,
bit more cringe.
doesn't it?
Like you said, it's a bit JFK going on.
It does feel like there's a JFK vibe, but this is just a taster. I think we'll get.
Yeah.
This is his initial. You have to give it some time. He'll build.
Yeah, because I'll admit, earlier I said I don't think TikTok's befitting the White House, but actually I've changed my mind. That is pretty good.
It was good.
That was really good.
It was really slick and
yeah.
well produced, I actually thought. And the tagline to it, in case anyone wants to follow the account, it's "Welcome to the Golden Age of America."
Wow.
There we are.
That's a mouthful.
I am your voice, Jono.
Once this, I think there's a young audience that Trump is trying to tap into. He may find it difficult to reach through the narrative of whatever social media they're being pushed currently, because there may be an agenda for the social media or the media that they're consuming. And I think this is a way for people who are your hardcore MAGA supporters or people who are an audience that's untapped to be able to experience a bit of inside Donald Trump. And I don't think we're going to get too much of, I would like to think we're not going to get too much of White House content. I want to see more Trump content, because I think that's probably far more entertaining. If I want official White House content, I'll jump on X. But if I want Trump content, maybe I want to go and look on Twitter.
Do you think we'll get that? Because we spoke about it earlier. Do you think that we'll get the get ready with Donald Trump? You know, him doing his hair, maybe a bit of bronzer in the morning before he heads out, what products he uses. I would love to know that. You know, what's his morning sort of routine? What aftershave does he use? You know,
probably because some of the other social media posts that they put out have been fairly cringe and sort of low-key. And I think, like I said, I don't want to keep going back to it. It was quite a classy video. And I think, I think what they could do is bring the First Lady onto it and sort of humanise her a bit more by putting her on TikTok.
I love Melania.
I think it could be a better medium for her to become more amenable to sort of like the Democrat side of it, or even the Republican ones, because I think that would be a nice insight into it.
But we can't forget one thing, Jono. The TikTok ban has been spoken about so much in the US. Donald Trump has delayed the ban coming in. And I spoke to our reporter, Nick Harper, earlier, who made a point that there's actually been a lot of hate about this White House account starting up because influencers have been so concerned that their platform in the US is going to be removed from them, how they make all their money. And he said, some people are saying, and Donald Trump's just realised, he's probably the most hated man on TikTok for that reason.
Well, I think, look, being in seriousness about it, you have to look at what is TikTok, where has TikTok come from, and what are the security concerns that may be at play behind this as well. And lawmakers in Washington have already said TikTok is owned by ByteDance, and Donald Trump and ByteDance have had this back and forth love-hate relationship where you're never really sure where he stands at what given week as regards to the upcoming ban, if it's happening or not. There is still data protection concerns, which are in there, which will now be shared with the Chinese company, which, on the surface of it, I think I can see the benefit of Donald Trump himself having an account, but the White House having an account as an official terms is a little bit of a trick. It's a security concern that is being shared across the White House by a lot of people. Republicans, Democrats have said this.
For an administration that accidentally lets journalists into WhatsApp groups about warfare, I think...
But we've Signal Group. Do you remember Signal Group Gate? Yeah.
And we've seen it with Signal. We've seen it across a lot of different platforms. I would be concerned that we're perhaps running the risk, and I don't know what personal data TikTok keeps on each one of their 170 million US users, so you have to worry if that perhaps is a security concern. Does the White House necessarily need to be there? What next? They jump on Snapchat and they have an account on there. Yeah. Donald Trump, yes, I can see the benefit as a person, as a character, that makes sense. As POTUS, not necessarily something that needs to be up there.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, Donald Trump can be on there fine, but I don't know if the White House needs to be on there. You kind of think, where's it going to go?
And I think that's what people want. I think people want those videos that are Trump videos.
And I also think, though, that people within the White House have become quite big characters within themselves, because one of the posts from today was Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, and she's become a sort of cult figure in her own right. We see her standing up.
She's going to be massive when she finishes.
She's going to be, she's huge, and you've got to think about that. Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio.
J.D. Vance needs 2 accounts.
You know what I'm saying?
Personalities.
I just want to say I can't believe the White House beat me onto TikTok. Anyway, they're there now.
What I was surprised was that when it showed the figures, it was at 52 minutes on average US users. 52 minutes seems really low to me. And then even the other ones, like the other ones were about 30 minutes. So some of the stats where I looked at when they compared them, I spent longer than that on MySpace every day.
Well, back in the day, MySpace doesn't exist anymore. we all had that one. But that's why I don't have TikTok, because I would spend 55 minutes on it a day, because I know once you get into a cat video,
it's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, that's it. You're watching them all. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, we have our eye very firmly fixed on Gaza. We'll be speaking to the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, a vocal critic of the current Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll be asking him, amongst other things, what Israel's objectives currently are in Gaza. Hello and welcome to the programme. Straight to Gaza, where the Israeli Defence Ministry has given the green light for a takeover of Gaza City and an expanded offensive. Well, overnight, Israeli strikes hammered central Gaza and the city's outskirts. Residents say the bombardment was relentless and deadly. Well, this comes as international concerns mount about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, with Israel saying the operation is targeting the Hamas tunnel network. Well, Israel's Gaza City takeover plan involves deploying 60,000 reservists and extending service for 20,000 others. That's according to Israel. Well, the troop presence is already visible on the ground. And earlier on today, the military released a video showing what it says is troop activity in Khan Yunis, which is in southern Gaza, with soldiers seen shooting from both the air and the ground. A little earlier on, the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, spoke to Al Arabiya English. In an exclusive interview, he said that the creation of a Palestinian state is not a priority for the Trump administration. Well, that marks a shift from decades of US policy, which traditionally backed a two-state solution. Let's take a listen.
I'm not seeing anyone, certainly haven't heard the president say that this is one of the most important things we've got to look for. I think he wants to see peace happen here. There are certain things that can be done that would be helpful toward peace. Unfortunately, every time we think we're working toward them and getting there, we see actions by the Europeans or the Palestinian Authority that completely disrupt it. And a good example is the Palestinian Authority has pushed for the unilateral recognition. It's had a backfiring effect. They continue to pay terrorist families for acts of terror against Israelis. That's counterproductive. It's very, very destructive toward resolving anything. By them going around the Oslo Agreement, by the fact that there was a Palestinian state, it was Gaza. It was a 100% Palestinian state. People see how that turned out. That did not exactly endear folks looking at it to say, yeah, that ought to work out really, really well.
Well, let's get more. We can speak now to Ehud Olmert, who is the former Prime Minister of Israel, who served from 2006 to 2009. Mr. Olmert, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. We've had 22 months of violence. 66,000 plus people have been killed in Gaza. What's your understanding of what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to achieve? Do you think he has any clear objectives?
I'm not certain that I can give you a very reliable representation of what Netanyahu wants. I can only judge it by what I see, and I think that the policy which has been claimed by the government is that they think that they need to conquer all of Gaza, which means that they don't think that after 22 months of fighting, Hamas has been destroyed completely and they want to carry on. The question is whether this is a realistic objective that can be achieved and what is the cost of this operation. And there is a huge opposition to this policy by the government. Most of the Israelis believe that the war should stop now, right away, and that there is not anything that can be achieved, which is worth the cost of continuing the fighting, deporting the people, losing Israeli soldiers, perhaps losing also the hostages, and killing many non-involved Palestinians. All this is not worth what can be achieved, and therefore it should stop right away.
And why do you think Prime Minister Netanyahu won't stop now?
There can be many different objectives that he may think he can achieve, perhaps continuing the war, perhaps threatening the Hamas, as he says, that they are squeezed and that they may surrender altogether. We don't take it seriously.
A lot of people say Netanyahu is just trying to survive and stay in the political arena and stay out of prison. Do you agree with those, many of them in Israel, who said that when the fighting stops, Netanyahu's time is up?
Netanyahu's time is up already, a long time ago. And yeah, there are many Israelis that argue that this is a personally motivated move by the Prime Minister, trying to save his government, perhaps to prevent the withdrawal of the participants of the cabinet, the Messianic groups. We threaten that if the war will stop now, they will break down the government. So there can be many good interpretations. There is not one good excuse that can justify continuing the war. All the rest is a speculation which may be very reliable. But, you know, I don't want to add to what is already said by so many Israelis.
The creation of the Palestinian state is not a priority for the Trump administration. That's what the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, told my colleague here on Al Arabiya English today. I wonder what you make of that. And I also like to ask you whether you think President Trump can do something to stop this war.
President Trump certainly can stop the war if he wants to do it. And apparently, as of this minute, it doesn't seem so. I don't know. I don't want to judge the statements made by the ambassador in Israel. He's known to have a very extreme right-wing position. I'm not certain that these are necessarily representatives of the policy of Trump. I heard many things coming from Trump on different occasions. I personally think that Trump can stop the war if he wants to do it, because he is perhaps the only person in the world that has enough power to force the Israeli Prime Minister to end it. And I think that sooner or later he will have to reach that inevitable conclusion that if he wants to end the war, if he wants to save lives of innocent people from all sides, from the Israeli side, the hostages, obviously, and also Palestinians, there is not a better course of action than just ending the war now, returning all the hostages, releasing Palestinian prisoners as part of the agreement, and introducing an interim security force that will be made up of Palestinians, of soldiers from moderate Arab countries, Egypt, Jordan, the Emirates, Saudis, that will take over the actual control over Gaza that will prevent Hamas from reviving itself into any dominant position. This is what needs to be done. I think it is on the cards. It can take place. I think that Hamas is not in favor of any partial agreement, but if there will be a deal that the war is stopped completely and all the hostages are returned, this is something that can be achieved. I think that this is something that the Americans can force the two sides to accept. And it has to be done, and the sooner the better.
So do you think it's correct to say that Prime Minister Netanyahu acts with the full backing of President Trump?
It's open for interpretation. Maybe, as it appears to be right now, maybe this is true. But based on the experience that we have with President Trump, it can change, and it can change rapidly, and I hope it will change rapidly, because I don't think that anything other than this will bring forth anything that will be valuable and that will be positive in terms of the interest of everyone, the Israelis, the Palestinians, the international community, and the American interest. It has to be stopped, period.
We're receiving reports that children are continuing to die of malnutrition in Gaza. The International Committee of the Red Cross has described the situation as catastrophic for both Palestinian civilians and the Israeli hostages who remain in captivity there. How would you characterize what Israel is doing in Gaza?
Again, one has to be familiar with all the specific details. Perhaps the UN or the Red Cross know more details than I know. Definitely, I think, without being familiar with all the specifics, it certainly is a very difficult situation for many Palestinians that may suffer from the lack of humanitarian supplies or enough humanitarian supplies, although Israel is making some efforts now, but perhaps it's not sufficient. And therefore, it's a very, very painful situation for all of them and for all of us. And this is something that needs to be changed rapidly, because there is not any reason to endanger risk the lives of non-involved people, certainly children, but not only children in Gaza, and also the possible loss of the hostages, which are still alive. 20 of them are still alive, and we want them back rapidly as soon as we can.
Would you characterize it as a genocide?
No, it's not a genocide. We don't have to stretch it beyond reasonable limits. It's not genocide. It's totally unacceptable when, all the former commanders of the Israeli army, I'm not talking just about the rank and files in the street, okay, but I'm talking about the most senior generals, the warriors of Israel for generations, all the commanders of the Israeli army, heads of the Mossad, heads of the security services, when all of them continuously argue that there is not any reasonable objective that is worth continuing and expanding this military operation, and that nothing can be achieved which is worth the price paid by Israeli soldiers, by hostages, by Palestinians. This is by definition a crime. This is not genocide, and there is not a policy of genocide by Israel. But the fact that there is not a policy of genocide doesn't mean that it is not a criminal by nature.
There are obviously people around the world who are horrified by what's happening in Gaza. You've been outspoken. You've used strong language. You've been sharply critical of Prime Minister Netanyahu. You've called the war in Gaza a political war. You've accused some in the Israeli leadership of war crimes. In the Israeli newspaper Haaretz, you describe this as a war of annihilation in Gaza. What kind of a reception do your comments get from a domestic Israeli audience?
Well, as you know, 70% of the Israelis are in favor of ending the war immediately now. So I guess that substantially they have a similar opinion than mine. But of course, I'm criticized by many, and I'm criticized by all the supporters of the cabinet and the prime minister, and they are waging a very expensive and comprehensive battle against me in all the networks. But I have to say what I see and what I understand, what I think is the right thing for the state of Israel. I'm not less a patriot of the state of Israel than any of these guys. When I had to fight against terrorists and criminals and murderers, I did it without any hesitations. But there is a time when you have to say up to here. There is no more reason to do it. When we started the counteroffensive of Israel in October of 2023, it was unavoidable and inevitable and absolutely justified. We had to reach out for the murderers and the killers of Hamas. But as you say, and I'm not certain that these are the exact figures, 66 thousands killed in Gaza, slightly less or slightly more, doesn't make a big difference. This is an exorbitant number of victims. Many of them were Hamas fighters, and they had to be punished, and and they deserved it. But there are so many thousands which were not. And I think that the time has come where you have to look at it and ask yourself, okay, we have destroyed 70% of the buildings and the constructions in Gaza, which is almost completely destroyed. We have eliminated the leaders of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, Mohammed Deif, Mohammed Sinwar, Ismail Haniyeh, all of the high commanders and the middle-level commanders of Hamas. Thousands of them were killed. They were almost completely eradicated. To argue today, after 22 months, that there is an imminent need to continue to expand the military operation because this is a security existential interest of the state of Israel is grossly blown out of any proportion. And again, as I said, all the military experts, all the former generals of Israel, 70% of the population, perhaps more, think that this is not needed, this is not necessary. We have achieved what we can achieve by a military operation. We have caused the huge damage to Gaza, unprecedented in modern history. There are so many thousands of people killed. There were so many victims on our side as well. And we still have the hostages we want to save. Enough is enough. It has to end. Nothing can justify it. And we have to battle against it. And that's what I'm trying to do everywhere I can, because I think that it's very important that everyone that looks at us now in every corner of the world should know that the voices that come from Israel are not only those of Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and Netanyahu, but of millions of Israelis that think like I do and that want the war to end and that want to establish a process that will bring forth perhaps a dialogue that will end these hostilities for a long time.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Ehud Olmert, the former Prime Minister of Israel. Thank you for your time. Well, let's get more on this. We can speak now to Ambassador Adel Atiyeh, who is the Director of European Affairs Department, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the State of Palestine. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ambassador. We're being told that hundreds of thousands of Palestinians are now leaving Gaza City. They're heading to southern Gaza. What's your understanding of the situation today in the enclave?
That it seems that Israel and the Prime Minister Netanyahu continues his war of genocide and his war of ethnic cleansing, despite in all efforts and attempts to reach a ceasefire. And the latest news came from Qatar and from Egypt that Hamas agreed on a ceasefire proposition, but the absence of a clear answer from Netanyahu is the proof that this war is not only about dismantling military infrastructures in Gaza, but it is about the destruction of the three components of a Palestinian state: the demography, the geography, and the Palestinian Authority. On geography, there are calls to reoccupy Gaza and to extend, to empower settlement expansion in the West Bank in order to undermine the geographic basis of the Palestinian state. In demography, well, the ethnic cleansing, all those statements coming from Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir are obvious that the intention is to kick out Palestinians from their land in Gaza. And on the Palestinian Authority, there is a war of financial starvation. Israel is stealing our money, and it put the Palestinian Authority in a difficult situation in order to undermine our capacity to deliver services to our people. So it is obvious today that Mr. Netanyahu is continuing his war of genocide, and he's not listening to the international community repeated appeals to stop this madness.
There was a rare protest in Gaza City today, people protesting against the war, some people out on the streets with banners, with flags. I mean, what would be your description of the morale amongst people in Gaza City right now?
I can't imagine how do people still resisting, still after 2 years of permanent bombardment. Israel dropped over Gaza more than 120,000 tons of bombs. This is 7 times the Hiroshima nuclear bomb. No water, no food, no electricity. And those were the statements of the previous Israeli defense minister. And the repeated declaration that Israel will starve people in Gaza. It is hard to imagine how do people continue to live in such conditions. Just imagine in the summertime with no electricity, with no heat, with no water, with no medicine, with no hospitals to treat those whom are wounded, the sick people. So I really can't imagine. It's hard. It broke the hearts to imagine how do people, and I understand there are demonstrations, there are people fed up of this war, and they want this genocide, this massacre to stop as soon as possible. But again, the one who is not listening to all those ideas for a ceasefire is obviously Netanyahu, because he wants this war to continue in order not to be held accountable for his internal corruption cases, and he wants to continue this war in order to not be held accountable for the violations of international law, and he wants to destroy the prospect of a two-state solution through his war.
Interestingly, I mean, there's been condemnation from right across the world for what Israel has been doing in Gaza, a lot of the condemnation coming from allies, some of the condemnation coming from Israel itself. But the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, spoke to my colleague here on Arabiya English earlier on today. And his words were, stop putting so much pressure on how Israel is defending itself against Hamas, and start putting pressure, he said, on radical military actions that were intended to kill Jewish people. I mean, he seems to be saying that the world should leave Israel to its own devices and sort of mind its own business. Do you think that reflects US policy, or do you think that's just his opinion?
Well, I think that he should listen to many Israeli military officials saying that this is not a war of self-defense, this is a war of revenge. And he should also listen to Mr. Netanyahu when Mr. Netanyahu is calling to establish the greater Israel. And he should listen to Smotrich when Smotrich is saying that we should flatten Gaza and kick out all Palestinians from their land. And I would ask him, What does he say about what Israel is doing in the West Bank? In the West Bank, there is no Hamas, but in the West Bank, there is a policy of massive destruction, there is a policy of ethnic cleansing, there is a policy of settlement expansion, which is an attempt to kill the prospect of a two-state solution. And therefore, I come to my previous statement saying this war has other objectives than dismantling the military infrastructure on Hamas. It has the objective to kill the prospect of a two-state solution. And this is the reality. And this is the fact that Americans should understand and should recognize.
Yeah, the ambassador, Mike Huckabee, said the creation of a Palestinian state is not a priority for the Trump administration. That's what he told my colleague here on Arabiya English earlier today. What do you make of that? And do you think President Trump, do you agree with those who say President Trump is the one person on earth who can end this conflict?
The United States, it is largely agreed that the United States has a leverage on Israel, and they could exercise pressure on Netanyahu to stop this war. But it is also clear that there is a consensus among the international community that peace and stability and security for Israel needs an independent state of Palestine. To put an end to this cycle of violence, we need to create a Palestinian state to allow the Palestinians to exercise their right to self-determination. So to all those who really care about Israel, who really care about the security of the Israelis, they should support the creation of an independent state of Palestine. France and other major powers in the West are on the way to recognize the state of Palestine because they came to this conclusion. They came to the important conclusion that Netanyahu's intentions is to destroy the prospect of the peace state, a permanent peace settlement, including the creation of an independent state, and the only way to guarantee peace and security in the region is to create an independent state of Palestine. And we really hope that the United States will share those analyses and will join other international community actors to put an end to this war, to put an end to this suffering, and also to think seriously about recognizing an independent state of Palestine.
And yet, the US Ambassador Mike Huckabee is saying this is not a priority for the Trump administration. What is your message as a Palestinian diplomat? What's your appeal to President Trump? What would you like to say to him?
To make the right decision, because this conflict has been going for 77 years. It is 58 years since 1967. We've started negotiating with Israel in 1993, so it is 32 years that we've been negotiating with Israel, and Israel has been using the peace negotiations to empower the occupation and to join the international consensus, again, that peace and stability in the Middle East passes only by the creation of an independent state of Palestine. And to those, to President Trump and others who care really about the security of Israel, the security of the Israeli people, they should accept the idea that the security of the Palestinian people also should be guaranteed.
We've heard from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres renewing his calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. I mean, it doesn't seem like the Israelis are listening, does it? Why do you think Israel takes so little notice of what UN officials, even the UN Secretary General, have to say?
Well, because Israel has been acting during the past decades without being held accountable, total impunity. But the world is changing. Now, even the closest ally to Israel, let me mention here Germany, took the decision to suspend all armed trades with Israel. The EU has, for the first time in its history, opened a discussion about the EU-Israel Association Agreement. Some member states, some EU member states, imposed sanctions on settlers terrorists and on settlers terrorist movements. And they also imposed sanctions against the extremist minister in this government. So the world is changing now, and the world is not dealing, at least the Western world or Europe, is not going to continue dealing with Israel according to the traditional approach. The traditional approach totally failed to hold Israel accountable. So it is changing again because the world came to the conclusion that Israel's objective is to destroy the prospect of a two-state solution and the security and the stability in the Middle East and in Europe needs an independent state of Palestine and to put an end to the military occupation.
As a Palestinian diplomat, what sort of activities are you engaged in on a daily basis to try to draw attention to the plight of Palestinians, particularly in Gaza, but as you say, also in the West Bank? And what sort of activities are you engaged in to communicate and engage with other leaders to try to do your part to put a stop to this?
Well, this is at the heart of our work as diplomats, to reach out to other partners, to explain to them the reality on the ground, to frame the Israeli policies, whether it is in Gaza or in the West Bank, and to put it in a political frame that it is not only a coincidence. Those are not isolated events. Settlement expansion, settlement construction, ethnic cleansing, targeting the Palestinian geography is obviously an Israeli policy. Those are not accidents, and urging the world to uphold its moral, political obligation. Because if we fail Gaza, it is the responsibility of the entire humanity. International law is in danger because of the repeated violations of Israel, of its obligation and international law, and the credibility of the international community, of the United Nations also. Here is a question about the credibility of international law. If Israel continues to enjoy immunity and to violate international law, I think this harms, this is a global harm, a global challenge. And we try to explain to our partners that we should stand together. This is a global challenge that needs a global solution. And we are all partners in addressing this important challenge.
And Ambassador Atiyah, what would you like to see Arab nations doing and saying to try to support the cause of the Palestinian people?
Well, we have a support at all levels among our other brothers and neighbors. And I think that if I refer to the New York Peace Conference on the implementation of the two-state solution, which is a cornerstone on the implementation, on the creation of an independent state, well, this is thanks to the support of our Arab brothers. This is very much appreciated, the Saudi Arabia efforts and France efforts in this regard, because this conference is a turning point where there is a paradigm change here. We're not anymore talking about revival the peace process, but we shift to the situation where we are talking about the implementation of the two-state solution. And this conference came with concrete tools, concrete propositions to implement the two-state solution. And the Arab world is our strategic depth, which comes always to support, which comes always to provide political, financial support to the Palestinian people. And without this support, I think that the Palestinian cause would have been in a very complicated situation.
Okay, well, I'm being told we're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Ambassador Adel Atiyah, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The Trump name is a loaded one and carries with it both positive and negative traits, depending on your view of the current US president. For Fred Trump III, it's a name that has often created challenges because of his strained relationship with his uncle, perhaps even more so since Donald Trump returned to the White House. Fred is a passionate advocate for people with disabilities, as his youngest son, William, now in his mid-20s, has serious communication and physical challenges. In his book published in 2024, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way, Fred said that Donald Trump, in his first presidential term, had told him to let his son William die and move to Florida. Despite the rift, Fred Trump is still keen for his uncle to support his advocacy for disabled people, although, as he told me, he believes Donald Trump's second term as president is a dangerous one. Fred, it's good to speak to you. It's been almost a year since we last spoke. And at that time, Donald Trump was campaigning. We discussed a lot about what would happen if he got into the White House again. Now, what did you make of what seemed to be, for a lot of people saying, is a decisive victory?
Yeah, I don't think it was decisive in terms of the numbers. For sure, it was a very slim majority that he won, which he did. But we've never seen anybody like him who will take a razor-thin majority and turn it into what he's turned it into. And you have to give him credit for that. I mean, I said it in my book all along. He is relentless, and he is going to do many of the things I said. You know, he is full charged, full of energy. And does he make mistakes? In my opinion, yes. He'll never admit that. But he's doing stuff that no other president does. Now, you either agree with it or not, but he's in your face every single day.
In your opinion, what defines this presidency of Donald Trump compared with his first term?
A couple of things. He surrounded himself with what you may call legitimate cabinet members and folks that were around him. Yes, we've all used the word, guardrails. I was with him often at the beginning of his first term, and you could tell he was not happy with it. He comes from the hard-charging New York City real estate world, and now all of a sudden there are people telling him that there are rules that have to be followed. Second term, all bets are off. No guardrails, no rules. He will take advantage of anything he can. And again, as a Democrat, and I am a Democrat, I've always, since I was able to vote, have voted Democrat. There's a little envy in me, and I have a little Twitter account that has, a few thousand people, and I'm just constantly saying, and it's hard to say, but Democrats have to stop being so principled. They have to learn how to fight like he does. And just selfishly, I was kind of disappointed that the Harris campaign didn't use me a little more, because I grew up in the same neighborhood Donald did. I'm from Queens, and we know how to fight. So and that to use a word that Donald uses almost every day, that campaign, in my opinion, was a disaster. It should have been a victory for the Democrats.
In terms of where things are for the Democrats now, where does it leave them? Because, of course, it was one of those situations where people said, well, this was an opportunity, but obviously it was lost.
Yeah, it was lost. Bad campaign managers for Harris. Yeah, listen, she was thrown into a very difficult position. But when she didn't sort of disavow some of the Biden policies that she was involved with, I grant you. But here's the way I look at it. Donald's constituents, his fans, if you will, love him. I mean, you saw the Madison Square Garden before the election. I mean, they love him. In fact, there was one guy that spoke I actually went to junior high school with, and he was telling a story that I remember quite well. But these people, they have their signs. They have was there anyone that really would cry in the stands for Kamala Harris when she came out? There was no true enthusiasm, except if you throw Beyonce in there. That was tough. You can't. I mean, you have to match his energy if that's possible.
The thing is that it seems, according to the critics, that Democrats don't have anyone with real charisma now to take on someone like Donald Trump. I mean, irrespective of whether he's a good guy or bad guy, according to your position, he's got that presence that people seem to like, especially in America.
And I couldn't agree more. And if you don't mind, I'll throw out some names that I think are really ones to look after. Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, Andy Beshear is the governor of Kentucky, this state senator from Texas, James Tallarico. Now, he should start off running for Senate. They're all really super smart. And Gavin Newsom, of course. I mean, you can't not have him in the conversation. But they're lacking that ability to attract passion from their people. I love Wes Moore. I think he's got a great backstory and all this. But I just don't know if he has the ability to go out there and take a knockout punch to his opponents.
We seem to live in a world, though, where, if you like, the strong guy seems to be the hero for a lot of people. We have Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. He's pretty much doing what he wants. We have Vladimir Putin in Russia doing pretty much what he wants, and Donald Trump in America doing pretty much what he wants. It seems it's a time for these guys who are really strong to just plow their way through.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I'm sure that list could be expanded by dozens. I keep saying, and I'm sure you're aware of what's going on with Texas, with the redistricting. And I was, again, on my Twitter feed saying, all right, Democrats, don't just say, oh, if they do it, we're going to do it. Why can't you, instead of being reactive, be proactive? Where's the smart guy in the Democratic leadership that says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's gerrymander 5 seats in California before they even think about it. But it's always, oh, they're doing it. It's terrible. So we're going to do it. We don't want to do it because it's really not the way our principles are. Yeah, I want to win is what I want to do. I want this party to win.
Isn't part of the problem, Fred, that politics, the world over actually, but particularly now in America, have become a case of whatever the other side says we're going to oppose, even if it was originally our idea. It seems to be simply just negating what the other side says rather than coming up with original policies that might actually be bipartisan.
I couldn't agree with you more. Unfortunately, certainly in this country, there is very little appetite for bipartisanship. And as you know, my incredible advocacy and passion and wanting to get out there to speak on the rights of the disabled, I kept saying, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Disability is going to, in one form or another, it's going to affect every family in this country. Yet there's no consensus on what to do about it. And it's a huge issue. And what I really was disturbed at with the Harris campaign, and again, I had a personalized letter sent directly to her and her chief of staff, what being disabled means and the tens of millions. Let's put it in pure political terms. There are 60 million people in America that are afflicted with some sort of disability. That is a huge voting block. And believe me, I was involved with many organizations, and all of them are saying, we can't believe that the head of our party right now, Kamala Harris, and the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, who has a son who's disabled, I didn't hear them use the word disabled once. So again, if you want to put it in truly political terms, disability is a major voting block.
Fred, I'm going to circle back around to that in a minute, but let me carry on with what Donald Trump's been doing since he's come into office and how much things have changed since January of this year. Now, a couple of things. First of all, what did you make of his various claims? I'm going to stop wars in a day and so on. Of course, that hasn't happened. What did you make of the kind of broad brush statements he made?
Well, if there was anybody out there that believed that, but his MAGA base tends to believe stuff like that. Now we're 6-8 months into it, and we'll see tomorrow if there's any progress. I'm sure he's not thrilled with the fact that he's being played by Putin, as many people are saying. I think he's way too close, and trust me, I'm no expert on the Middle East, but as a layperson, political junkie, I think he's too close to Netanyahu with what's happening right now. I think when you start seeing him tout his stopping the war with Congo or Azerbaijan, or that's him trying to make up for the fact that he's not having any success with the two big ones.
What about his what seems to be fairly big appetite for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, it's interesting. It really is interesting how that comes up all the time now. I think it's just going back to Barack Obama, who Obama sort of lives rent-free in his brain. Obama, and I disagree with this too, but Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize before he was even president. So I don't know how that I think that really drives Donald nuts. And he wants it. There's no doubt. It's a mission for him right now. I've never personally heard him talk about it with me, but it is one of the most forward things in his mind.
Yet it seems that many leaders are kind of cozying up to him by nominating him now. It's happened 3 or 4 times where people seem to be wanting to win favor. Why do you think people are so desperate to keep Donald Trump happy?
Because he can make them very sad. If you get on his bad side, it could cost you. So I think we see it every time, except for maybe Zelensky. Everybody who goes into the White House, tries to curry favor with him in one way or another.
For a lot of people, he seems to be wielding power that seems to be way beyond what most people would have expected the US president to have, that there would be more checks and balances.
Yeah, I think those rules are gone for now. And I said early on when my book came out last year that, people don't care as much about the Constitution as they used to. I remember when I was in grade school, actually, Donald and I had the same teacher in high school, 17 years apart, who literally would read the Constitution and we would have to write it down in a green book. So we knew what the Constitution meant. Now it's, who cares about it anymore on the right side? I'm not going to necessarily say on the left, but yeah, he's taking advantage of everything he can. And he may lose some court battles, but, with temporary restraining orders, but in the end, a lot of it comes back to his favor. And I don't know if it's his great attorneys or what, but he has won some things that I wouldn't have even imagined 5 years ago happening.
There are those who have the opinion that the checks and balances, if not coming through the political system, will come in other ways. I've heard, for example, the financial markets end up as a check and balance against the president's action. When the tariffs were first being announced, there was such a reaction in the financial markets that Donald Trump had to kind of pull back. That perhaps it's the laws of nature, if you want to see him that way, might actually hold him back in some of his actions.
Yeah, I agree with you, but he has this masterly ability of starting off at a point and reeling it back in. And you definitely saw that with the tariffs. Was it April 2nd when and the markets just absolutely crashed. And I cautioned the Democrats saying, A, don't wish for inflation to come because that's just bad for the American people. But he'll find a way, as I said, to reel it back where what he said is not really what he means. And you saw the market is at an all-time high. We had a very bad PPI, producer price index number today. Markets reacted dismally right off the bat, and then they're starting to claw it back. So, here's the thing. He is always in somebody's ear. Okay, he'll dial up Goldman Sachs the other day. He'll dial up some other companies. He'll dial up somebody in the government saying, you better write this now, okay? and don't say it was a bad PPI number. It was Biden's number. It was a bad, statistic. He will always find a way to win, to make him look good. And it's a genius.
Do they listen? Do you think everyone listens?
Who is everyone?
Meaning the people he calls up. If he's in someone's ear, are they all obliged to listen?
I can only go back to an old anecdote in real estate. Now, I was in real estate for 35 years in the city, and Donald would always tout himself as the biggest landlord in Manhattan, which absolutely wasn't true. There were a number of real estate families that had been around for generations, and I knew a few of them pretty darn well. And they would basically say, you know what, when we see that in the newspaper, we just kind of laugh and say, let him have his fun. So yeah, I'm sure there are guys out there that are saying, "Oh, sure, we'll do what you want," because you don't want to be under his thumb.
Fred, as a journalist, I keep my opinions out of this, but I'm going to say what a lot of people say, and that is some of the statements Donald Trump makes, when he says it's complicated or it's something people don't understand, but I understand better than anyone else, that this actually masks a lack of knowledge. Now, again, your family, irrespective of your issues, and knowing him well growing up, would you say he is genuinely a smart person?
Yeah, I think he's a smart guy. Yeah. And he has a lot of smart people. Maybe smart different than, certainly in the beginning, Goldman Sachs smart. He had street smart guys. And that's what a lot of his knowledge, it's street smart. So when he says it's common sense, he truly means that. That's what he bases a lot of his decisions on. It's common sense. Like, who would have thought he would have gone up to Harlem last year during the campaign? He's not going to win. Well, guess what? He went up to Harlem, and he was a hero for going up there. And he wound up winning the younger black vote. Anyway, so to get back to your point, he may not have the knowledge of a MIT professor like his uncle and my Uncle John, who was in the news a couple of months ago. Donald put him in the news, but he just has a knowledge of so many things. I mean, when I hung around with him, his knowledge of sports, his knowledge of this, it's pretty amazing. And he gets that from his father. I mean, my grandfather used to pour through newspapers every time I saw him on the weekends. And Donald's the same.
Now, of course, his claims are often disputed and often disproved through analysis. But there is a feeling that somehow he's managed to manipulate the system and enrich himself greatly through whatever measures are coming through, in his presidency. Of course, he's meant to be detached from those. What's your opinion on the way the family business has been run, irrespective of him essentially supposed to be hands-off?
I don't think he cares. I really don't. And he's got enough people that say, we don't care, that you don't care. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, would say, oh, the Biden crime family. Okay, but it was, at least Donald is saying it out loud. And, that was just brushed over. So I really just don't think they care. Let people say that it's crooked or it's this or it's that. We like making money. We're going to make money any way we can. And that's it. I haven't seen any real blowback from it.
Well, we spoke last year in September, Fred, actually just a few days before the anniversary of your father's passing. So I know you'll be commemorating that again in the coming weeks. At that time, your book had only been a couple of months old. You'd published in the summer, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way. A lot of people at that time, and I questioned you on it, said it was designed to kind of disrupt Donald Trump's presidential campaign. The timing was aimed at trying to push things the other way and kind of reveal his not so bright side or not so kind side. What sort of feedback have you had since then on the book? And in light of the presidential win, perhaps any feedback from your family?
Well, I'll say that the feedback was, yeah, I of course got the, you're just doing this for the money. But and that's fine. I knew that was coming. It was initially not written for that purpose. I thought it was a very well balanced book, and that is generally what most everybody says. They appreciated the fact that I tried to do it in a level-headed way. They knew that I would take shots from my family, but I thought that what was going to occur with Donald's second term would be a dangerous thing. And I turned out to be pretty right in most everything I said. Now, do I regret some of the things I said? You know, I've been back and forth with one of my cousins, and you know, we used to have a good relationship. It's very tense. I would like to get back in touch with Donald when the assassination attempt came. I wrote him something after the election. I congratulated him and said, look, I'm not congratulating you on your policies. I'm just congratulating you because you're my uncle. I hope to somehow get back to have some type of relationship with him. I said very clearly, I was actually in DC being interviewed by a few UK outfits. And I said, what I really wish he had done was say, okay, pal, I know how important disability issues are for you. So why don't you come down and let's figure out something to do? That never happened. And that was troubling. But again, yes, there were some things that people misconstrued that I regret saying about him. So I'm sorry for that. But I disagree with nearly everything that's happening right now. It's uncomfortable personally for me. My family, my direct family has been adversely affected by it. But, you know, that's the way it goes. I'm not whining about it. It's just the way it is.
Now, you did say, Fred, the book was written to basically honor your father and his memory as well, and also to explain your passion, your advocacy for people with disabilities. And I was going to ask you first, and you know, it was something I should have asked at the top, I guess, of the show, is how is William doing?
Thank you for asking. William's doing well. He lives in a group home in a town right next to one my wife and I live in. Let me just tell you, this country is so ill-equipped to take care of people who need assistance like this. And it's not just what's going to occur with cuts to Medicaid, because that's coming and that's going to be devastating. It's also the immigration issue, where I'm going to say nearly every caregiver I know is not born in this country. And I mean, they're all here legitimately, but, you know, those who are on temporary protective status, you know, we all have heard stories of ICE going after them. Now, these are people I've gotten to know. And when that Haitian thing happened last summer in Springfield, Ohio, I spoke out about it. I said, wait a second, many of William's aides are Haitian, and you come and do that job, okay? It is a tough, grinding job every single day. And they have to take care of their family. And they probably have another job because they're only getting paid $18, $19, $20 an hour. It's sick in this country that we can't figure it out. And I got to know a great old friend of mine, worked with Ingenuity at Pepsi for decades. And I had the opportunity to speak with her. And she goes, Fred, it's great what you're doing. And because my book was was out in India, she goes, you got to tell that story because it's rampant in India. It's rampant in Australia. Every country that I have had the opportunity to speak to, disability issues, and I don't get it. You know, we're all going to be affected with it. I mean, I'm probably 10, 15 years away from needing home health care or something like that. We all are. We're all getting. I just had a good friend who's had his third child, and she's going to be in the hospital for 2 months. And what effect will that have on the rest of her life? And who will be there to help? It's an issue that's just got to be dealt with.
It's actually interesting that in the Middle East, in general, there's been kind of a move to see people with disabilities not as being disabled, but having determination. So the term often used is people with determination.
100%. I mean, I've always said that about William. He's the most courageous person. Imagine being in a wheelchair, not being able to speak, not being able to bathe yourself or brush your teeth or tell people that you're hurting. Imagine the courage it takes to have somebody you don't know come in and start taking care of you. But yes, the absolute determination of these people, it's so humbling. It is a very small word to what it really is. I give everyone who lives with a disability, no matter what it is, this country looks down on those people, and they shouldn't. They should, and you make a great point. They should look to them with respect.
Well, we touched on last time how the story had come out, how your uncle Donald Trump had essentially quietly said to you, you know, why he doesn't know who you are. William doesn't know who you are. Why don't you just leave him to die and move to Florida? That stuck with me, of course, and that's being quoted quite widely.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he said it, and I wish he hadn't. I don't know if he wishes he hadn't said it. And that's just, that's just the way it goes. I've tried to make the case that, there's the lack of empathy. And empathy is what this country really needs a little more of.
Well, the reason I'd waited on this topic until now, Fred, is also because when we spoke last time, you talked about how many immigrants, you mentioned again now, how many immigrants are involved in the care services. And in the case of William, too, you said many of the people who've helped him are also from immigrant backgrounds as well, not born in the USA. And I'm wondering, since we last spoke, has there been any indication from what you know that any of those people have been affected? That obviously they're probably a bit wary now with the whole ICE agent situation.
Yeah, obviously I can't get into any specifics, but sure, yes, I've heard of situations, not just for the caregivers, but for their family members. So yes, it is out there.
I was going to say, are you sensing a general tension among the immigrant community where you are?
Sure. And by the way, it's not easy to have the last name Trump when this is all happening. It's not that easy.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Of course, it will always be something you carry. You had actually said earlier on in our conversation how you were disappointed the Democrats hadn't used you in the campaigning prior to the election. That would have been partly, obviously, or largely perhaps because of your Trump name, but then there's also that potential liability, isn't there?
The liability in terms of?
Well, meaning that, again, bringing a Trump on the other side, it becomes more again about the Trump name and perhaps would be counterproductive.
Yeah, I thought I had a great story to tell, but they thought otherwise. And okay. I also went into local races. There was a woman who was a representative from the town I went to school in, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And I remember sending her a signed copy of the book before the election, way before. And I got in touch. I said, why don't you have me here? My dad went to Lehigh. I went to Lehigh. And my son went to Lehigh. I know these people. Why don't you have me come down and at least talk? And they wanted no part. So, yeah, maybe they're smarter than I am. Maybe mine was more of an emotional thing. But
there is possibly the risk of retribution because there is a feeling that if you cross Donald Trump, that there's going to be some kind of outcome.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've had other than, people that I come in contact with, every now and then who will, there's no black and white. They either love him or they hate him. So if they know me and they're MAGA Republicans, they're going to let me know that my book sucked and sorry. And you shouldn't be doing that. He's the greatest thing in the world. Okay, that's great. That's their opinion. I have no problem with that.
You're not the only one who wrote about it, though, Fred, because obviously your sister Mary also was quite scathing in her opinion.
Yeah, I would say more scathing than me. Mine, of course, was based on real personal history with Donald, as opposed to Mary, who really didn't have a relationship with him.
Let me ask you about what's happening in the health sector as we're talking on this topic. One of the people I interviewed on my show during the presidential campaign, and he was running for president at the time, was RFK Jr., who then ended up as health secretary. What have you made of, first of all, your thoughts on him as a person, because he's also quite divisive, but then also on how the health sector is going and how it might affect the lives of your family members, including William?
Just very quick anecdote. The first time I met Bobby, he was in a battle with Donald. Donald owned a piece of property up in Westchester and wanted to put a bunch of a golf course and a bunch of houses up there. And Bobby Kennedy was on his water. He was pro water. You can't use all this water. It's very important. And while that was going on, I flew down with Donald and my wife and my baby daughter, and Bobby Kennedy was on the plane. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. You know, here they are fighting against each other, but oh, take a ride on my plane. It did give me the opportunity to meet Ethel Kennedy, though, which was one of the great treats of my life.
But RFK Jr. seems to be stirring it up in the health sector anyway. How do you see the various things happening?
I think he's just a very dangerous guy. How anybody listens to him. Now, his healthier eating, okay, I get that. That's fine. But when I don't want to rely too much on very, very smart people, but in this case, I want to listen to what the scientists have to say. And there's a large majority that think he's just a hack and dangerous. And I'm disappointed in Donald that he would put somebody in that position that is so important. And frankly, we may not know the effects of his policies for years to come. That's part of the problem. And look, I hope it all goes well. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I just think the way he goes about it is absolutely wrong.
There was a sense among some people that he has had to pull back a little bit, having taken on this role, the responsibility involved. And of course, he has to now work for everyone, that perhaps he's pulled back a little bit on some of his ideas.
Yeah, you don't hear as much from him these days. So maybe he's trying to serious up a little bit and getting a lot of blowback. I hope so.
Fred, the last time we spoke, of course, The Apprentice, the movie, the biopic on your uncle was coming out. You said you wouldn't see it. Did you end up going to see it?
No, I had no interest. I never watched the TV show, to be honest with you.
I was thinking irrespective, just to see what sort of take they had on Donald Trump.
No, I honestly didn't care.
Now, you had mentioned also at the time your book might become a movie. What were the prospects of that?
Not very good. No, some people had talked to me, but it would just take too much, and it was too much, and that's fine too. That was more maybe my ego being stroked a little bit, but yeah, no, there was no real chance that was going to happen.
Well, certainly it wouldn't be the best time for it to happen now with Donald Trump in the White House, but it's possibly something that might get revisited.
Maybe.
What do you see in terms of the follow-up on the story? Do you see, I mean, obviously you've done this book as a tribute to your father and to William. What else do you see yourself delving into when it comes to the Trump family and what you might want to write about?
Oh, I don't know if I have another book in me. I just want to, again, say pretty much everything I said regarding Donald and his policies, Project 2025, have all pretty much come to fruition. And we have, 3.5 more years to go through. We'll see. Next November is going to be extremely important with the congressional races. Democrats should, if history shows the party out of power comes through, but I wouldn't put anything past Donald and his Republican colleagues of pulling something out.
Well, there has also been mention of Donald Trump seeing if the Constitution can be changed to allow him to take another term.
Well, again, if you remember, I did say that he will run again in 2028. And I think the Supreme Court decision last year giving wider sway in executive powers, maybe he'll just say, I'm going to sign an executive order making me president again. I certainly wouldn't put it past him. I laugh nervously, but I wouldn't put it past him.
There was also a film called Civil War that was made about America becoming so divided, and it was pretty grim. It was taking a journalist perspective on the story. In that sense, how do you feel about the way the USA is going in terms of its society, in terms of the divisions? Do you see the greater divisions that a lot of people talk about, and do you ever see those being healed?
I do see the divisions. I think they're obvious. They're unfortunate. I've said it before. I'm a huge Godfather fan, and one of the great lines is, it takes a war every 5 years, every 10 years. If the Republicans get clobbered next November, it'd be interesting to see what happens to the Republican Party then. Are they just going to finally say, we're done, we got to move forward? Or is Donald going to, do what he does, just say, not me, we're moving forward. I didn't lose that election. It was you guys. Yeah, it's going to be a combination of that and the Democrats getting a real leader in the party, because it sure isn't Chuck Schumer and it sure isn't Hakeem Jeffries, who I had great hopes for being a New Yorker. But I just don't see anybody with the pizzazz to really get out there and bare knuckle fight.
There is a sense, though, that the US also has lost its place as a global leader. What's your opinion on that?
You certainly, obviously, would know better than me, but I can't help but think that we're being ridiculed, just to put it into simple terms. We're not the great, I mean, sure, we're the great power for sure, but are we the moral compass? Are we the great leaders of the world right now? I'm not so sure we are, and that's really a shame, because nearly all my life we had been.
Well, as we wrap up, Fred, I was going to say, when we spoke last time, you'd said how your son William loved the song "Road to Joy" by Peter Gabriel. I did drop him an email. I never got to hear back. I mean, he's a very busy guy, but perhaps we can revisit that, and maybe you'll have a chance to connect there as well. Fred, always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for making the time.
Riz, thank you so much. Take care.
Well, Fred Trump III there discussing the second term of his uncle, US President Donald Trump. And that's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. And I'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up in today's programme, all eyes focused on the White House today as President Zelensky heads to Washington for his meeting with President Trump. He's going to be joined by European leaders. This just days after the Alaska summit between President Putin and President Trump. Plus, we're going to be speaking to an advisor to the new government of Syria as the country looks to rebuild. All of that to come on Global News Today. Hello and welcome to the programme. The long-anticipated summit between Presidents Trump and Putin has now been held. It happened on Friday, and today the US president is welcoming an A to Z of European leaders to the White House, as well as the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky himself. But President Trump appears to have outlined two main conditions to ending the Russia-Ukraine war. First, Ukraine must not join NATO, and second, it must not attempt to reclaim Crimea, which was illegally annexed by Moscow in 2014. So how will these preconditions go down with the European leaders as they assemble in Washington? And how far off is a peace deal? Well, for more analysis, I'm joined by a special panel today. My guests are Solomia Bobrovska, who's a Ukrainian MP and deputy head of Ukraine's delegation in NATO. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. We're joined by Michael Dubke, who is former White House communications director under President Trump. Always a pleasure talking to you, and welcome back to the programme. We're also joined by Major General Chip Chapman, former senior British military advisor to the US Central Command. He joins us from London. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, General. I'd like to start by asking you, Salomia. I mean, President Trump has set the scene a little bit for today. We obviously had the talks in Alaska on Friday. President Trump saying today, a big day at the White House. We have never had so many European leaders here all at once. A great honor for America. Of course, the president of Ukraine, your president, is there. We're talking about the leaders of the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Italy, Finland, the EU, and NATO. Let me ask you, Salomia, are you expecting your president to get a rather warmer welcome and a warmer reception at the White House today than he did in February?
You know, I just thinking that that was the great honor to Trump to speak to unrecognized the President Lukashenko, who's the now used to be a president of Belarus, and I'm not sure that that is an honor for Trump to welcome all the European leaders. Understanding that he is playing with the words and with the statements literally every moment. And I hope that this visit he will treat President Zelensky warmer than it happened a couple of months ago. But at the same time, we are all worrying and we feel we are very cautious on this meeting, understanding that US and Trump can press Zelensky about the future, any possible negotiations with Russia, especially in the terms of the territories. So it's not even about any feelings and warmth and empathy. That's about really fear, understanding the moment of history, which can turn Ukrainian state in other direction. Zelensky understands the price, because the whole nation, believe me, all the Ukrainians are waiting now for the results at the end, and because that will depend how we will look like on political map. Trump, pretty sure he doesn't feel any. He's a political animal. That's not about the warmth. That's not about empathy. That's about trading. And the good game to get the probably Nobel Prize at the end for the one more peace negotiations for any price.
Okay, Michael, let me ask you for your thoughts and just really picking up on something that President Trump said ahead of today's talks. He said President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or he can continue to fight. But there's no getting back Crimea and no going into NATO by Ukraine. I mean, is he sounding supportive to Ukraine in your mind?
Well, I think you juxtapose that statement against the statement this morning about the historical nature of President Zelensky and the rest of the European leaders coming to the White House. I think you're seeing a number of different messages coming from Donald Trump after the summit that happened in Anchorage, Alaska on Friday. A couple bottom line items here for me, which is, are we closer now to peace than we were in February when you brought up the original meeting between Zelensky and Trump? And I think the answer is yes. And I think it's because the United States has been moving and engaging in these conversations with the summit on Friday, now the summit on Monday. So I think we're moving in a direction. I would be concerned from the Ukrainian and from the European standpoint that we've got, that Vladimir Putin on Friday moved this from a ceasefire to a peace agreement. I think it's going to be very difficult if I am coming here as the leader of Ukraine or Europeans that want to be involved in these peace negotiations. I think that's a movement that, one, they're going to push back on. So we'll see what happens during the conversations as they progress across during the day today. But I think we're closer to peace because of the engagement of the United States. And I think Donald Trump, the one thing that Donald Trump has going for him is that he is slightly unpredictable, which makes all of these conversations even more important to be in the room with him and to have these conversations. So with Friday's meeting, with Monday's meeting, we'll see where we go. But I think everything is on the table, and that's what you should read into those statements.
Okay, Major General Chip Chapman, sorry to come to you last in this discussion. I mean, what are your thoughts? I mean, picking up on what Michael just said to us there, I mean, lots for the European allies to digest going into those talks. I mean, really to answer Michael's question, does it look to you like we're one step closer to peace than we were back in February?
Well, I think you need to know what qualifying word you put before the term peace. I think it's always been the case that President Trump has wanted what he would call a humanitarian peace, really from the town hall meeting in May 23. He looks at this in terms of stopping the killing. He doesn't look at this in terms of winning or losing. That is where the potential difficulty comes, because the other qualifying spectrum that you have at the moment is a surrender peace. And the other end, you have a just peace. And really, to me, the Europeans going to the White House today is trying to see where they can set the cursor towards the just peace rather than a surrender peace, because Trump has already warned them, Europe, not to torpedo the nascent process. There's no way they want to do that, because they also want to see a peace, but they'd rather see a better peace for Ukraine, winning the peace, as Scholz used to say, which is Ukraine taking its place in the European Union in the future. And of course, a better and just peace would be total sovereignty of Ukraine. I'm not necessarily sure that's achievable, but that is the direction that Europe will be trying to go in support of President Zelensky.
And Chip, just staying with you for a moment. I mean, imagine a scenario, you know, a long table. On one side of it, you've got President Trump and his people. On the other side, you've got all these European leaders, the leader of NATO, the EU president, all sitting on the other side of the table. I mean, the people on the European side of the table, are they all, to your mind, speaking with one voice?
Yeah, I think they are. I think one of the things which has occurred in the last 3 years is the enhanced unity of European NATO, both politically and militarily. And what we're looking at really in the triangle here is, where are we on reward, pressure and concessions? At the moment, all the concessions and pressure seems to be on Zelensky, with Putin getting the reward. And that needs to sort of slightly alter at the moment. There's a reason, I think, that this has happened. And it really was, to me, a big change around on Friday, because the main effort of President Trump in the last, really since 23, which he re-emphasized really at Notre Dame in December last year, when he talked about an immediate ceasefire. It was ceasefire, then negotiations. To really flip that around to negotiations, then a ceasefire, means that a lot more people are going to get killed. We string the thing along to the right, which I think is what Putin wants to do. He's the playbook of Gromyko. He wants negotiations, but not to negotiate.
Is that how it looks to people in Ukraine, Salomia, that basically President Putin is playing for time here, and the fact that we seem to be leapfrogging from the current situation we're in to a peace treaty and bypassing that all-important ceasefire phase? I mean, how does that sit with the people of Ukraine?
It's not strange, not for the first time when there is no ceasefire, but Russia starts to talk about any peace negotiations with a huge list of demands to Ukraine, and that's demands. That's the price actually for the freedom and for the existing of the state. Actually, that's why preliminarily demand from Ukrainian side was the ceasefire. Yes, of course, to stop all these casualties, killing people while they are striking and hitting all normal civilian buildings just randomly in Kyiv, Odessa, Kharkiv, or whatever, because we probably know all the points of the list of demands from the Russian side. That's unfortunately make us, stuck and think, because no one is ready to be honest for the majority of the points which are in the list, starting from the Donetsk region, where we have to withdraw Ukrainian troops in order to give this territory not even to be frozen, but to give under the Russian control. Then starting when we have to talk about the Russian church, or it's not about religion, that's about the Federal Security Bureau of Russia. That's the party of the huge network in Ukraine. That's about the Russian language, and you will see the huge resistance from Ukrainian people. And that's Parliament has to vote for these decisions. But yes, of course, the first point that's to trade and trading of Ukrainian territory. That's what makes us really in a very hard position, especially for Zelensky, who is responsible for the last word and last decision. And unfortunately, when we're talking about the security guarantees, when we hear this from the partners, I think the best decision was and still is that's to give the weapon or long-range missiles, which we can use to strike the Russian targets against Russia.
Okay, Michael, I just want to ask you. I mean, it does sound like President Trump, is very pressed for time here. He wants peace and he wants it quickly. He said that from the beginning of his presidency. But at the moment, obviously, we're in a situation where Russia appears to have the upper hand on the battlefield. I mean, now isn't really the ideal moment for these talks to be happening, at least not as far as Ukraine is concerned, is it?
Well, let's remember a couple of things. I mean, when Donald Trump became president, he allowed the weapons that Western powers have been sending to Ukraine to be used within and further distances within Russia. In terms of lethality of what the Ukrainians can do, the guardrails that the Biden administration had put on the Ukrainians for a good number of them were lifted, which I think has brought us to this point where you have seen the Ukrainians make advances. You've also seen the Russians make advances. I would argue that we're in a very static position, similar to where we've been for a while. The Russians have lost almost 1.1 million of their citizens in this conflict. Untold, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands have been lost on the Ukrainian side. The point to all of what I'm trying to say is that we are in need of negotiations on this. We are in need of American leadership on this. The president has gotten us to this point. But going to the general's statement, and I think I'd really like to agree with him on this. If this is just peace through surrender rather than a just peace, then I don't think you're going to get, a lot of people have talked about this. Trump is doing this for the Nobel Peace Prize. You're not going to get a Nobel Peace Prize for a surrendered peace. So I think the White House understands that. They have pushed on Putin. They have pushed on Zelensky. It is good to see European unity coming to the United States today, because one other thing that the Americans have been saying throughout all of this is that a lot of what needs to be settled here has to be settled amongst the Europeans themselves, with Americans participating in those conversations. And I think that's what we're going to see today.
Okay, Chip, let me turn to you. I mean, picking up on Michael's points as well. But I mean, I also want to ask you whether you think perhaps if these talks were happening in a different context, in terms of different timing, that happened last summer, they happened next summer, whether perhaps there'd be a better deal to be made than the deal that is likely going to be struck at this particular stage. Chip?
Sorry, is that for me? Sorry.
Yeah, that was for you.
Okay. I don't think there's going to be any deal at the moment. So the thing I think you need to look at first is what is the next step from this? There will be no back-channel deals at the moment. There may be a trilateral, and that will be the thing to first see, because, Putin dislikes Zelensky immensely. He does not think that he's legitimate in the slightest, and believes, because of his apolitical nonsense, historical nonsense from his essay of July 21 as the pretext for the invasion, that Ukraine should cease to exist. So the best case is that you get to a position where the negotiations are not just about, what's happening in the Donbass and the land there, but all the other things that were in the 10-point peace plan of President Zelensky announced at the G20 conference in November 2022. So, for example, where do we go with ecocide, the things that the Russians did at Nova Kakhovka? Where do we go with the release of the deportees? Where is the Justice and Special Tribunal? Where do we stand on reparations? Because at the last count, the World Bank said that there'd been $524 billion worth of damage in Ukraine. Are those in scope? If it's a very narrow scope of just territory being talked about, then you're going to go nowhere with this. It's got to be all inclusive. And I don't think we're at a situation where any of that will occur at the moment.
And who do we think is going to exert the most influence over President Trump out of all of the European leaders that are assembled there in Washington today? Who do we think President Trump is most likely to give the most airtime, the most credence to? Michael, what are your thoughts?
I think it's the leader of NATO and the leader of the UK are probably the two voices that I've been hearing from coming out of the White House that they think have got a perspective on the situation in Ukraine that they will be listening to. I also, frankly, the relationship with Zelensky took a turn in February, but given the April sit-down on the sidelines of the Pope's funeral and the meeting in June, I do think that there is a growing conversation between the president and Zelensky that should not be discounted. We're not back in February. Okay. This relationship has progressed. So,
all right, so that's water under the bridge. But just staying with you for a moment, Mike, because you're obviously a comms expert. What techniques, what language, what approach would you advise those visitors to Washington to adopt if they are to get President Trump on side?
Look, I think they need to make two real points here. One is really giving kudos to the American president for continuing these conversations when others could not bring all of the parties to the table. Not everyone's sitting at the same table, but these conversations are going. And with the Witkoff back and forth shuttle diplomacy, I think we're again, I'm making the argument that we're closer to some peace, whether it be a ceasefire or a permanent peace. So I think, one, you do that. And secondly, I think you talk about where the Europeans have stepped up and where American interests lie in the conflict in Ukraine, and reminding President Donald Trump of where the United States, where, the fight that the Ukrainians have been pressing on for these last 3 years, why that fight is important to the American people. So if they can convince that the president, the Europeans stepping up to the plate and continuing to, and that there is ultimate goal here for the United States that is beyond just an immediate peace agreement, I think that's a great place for them to start today.
And just going back to Kyiv, I mean, what's the feeling in Ukraine about its allies, its alliances? I mean, is there a sense that Ukraine has been let down in any respect by its allies? I mean, let's put to one side the spectacular scenes in the Oval Office in February. We've agreed that's water under the bridge. But more broadly, does it feel like Ukraine's allies have its back? Salomia?
I want to start my answer with a small story when we are talking about the U.S. allies, but not European U.S. allies. When we asked my colleagues from the Congress who is briefing and preparing the information about Russian-Ukrainian war to the President of the United States, and unfortunately, some of that colleagues were so very angry with the answer because it seemed to me that Witkoff probably played a huge role on what he is telling and how he's briefing on Russian-Ukrainian war. Not especially in Wojciech, but Witkoff with the interpreter who was Russian, if you remember what happened a couple of months ago when Witkoff visited Moscow. And yes, in comparing with that, we hope and that's the only one, not decision, but last chance, last hope. That's to rely on European partners who can tell and who can convince Trump or brief Trump and to help to open the eyes on what really is going on Ukrainian soil, starting from the prisoners of war, territories, damages, and so on and so on, and so on and so on. Why we need sanctions, why we need weapons, why we need that and that and that, etc. Yes, and we hope Starmer, Macron, Rutte, they will play key roles during the meeting with Trump, and unfortunately, we always, especially for the last year, were so loud with that messages. If not US, Europe has finally accepted the reality, opened the eyes, and preparing for the security challenges from the Russian side, because we are winning the time for them. That's our prize. But the one problem, there is no this masculine leadership to take finally this leadership to lead Ukraine and to help Ukraine, help us actually, to lead during this war, if not US. Because after the meeting in Alaska, that was, from my point of view and from the majority of Ukrainians' point of view, that was absolutely triumph for Putin, how he was met and how he was brought back to the huge political stage because of Trump. We are worrying that Trump can, at the end of the whole process, can say, okay, I'm just tired, and I'm out. That's Ukrainian responsibility. That's because of Ukrainians who do not want to have any negotiations. I'm leaving this process. And that would be our total and huge and big historical failure.
Okay, Major General Chip Chapman, let me put that to you. Supposing that were to happen, President Trump says, listen, I've had enough, I've done my best, over to you. What would Europe's options be in a situation like that? I mean, could they go it alone, step up the fight and try to get Ukraine into a stronger position ahead of negotiations much later on in the game?
Well, one of the things that has happened in the last 6 months is that the Ramstein group, which ensures the consistency and sustainability of supplies to Ukraine, has been taken over from America in the lead of that by NATO itself. So the Ramstein thing is now led through NATO, not through the Americans. And of course, we've had this notion of buying Americans through NATO money, European NATO money, to give to Ukraine. So Europe could do as much as it does. It's worth remembering, of course, that the European NATO outspends Russian NATO. The only thing missing from time to time is willpower to step up and see this. I think it's in Europe's security interest long term, if you believe that the Russians are a revanchist imperial power, which I do, that their end state in grand strategic terms is to regain lost territory and spheres of influence. And so it's for the security benefit of European NATO to ensure that Ukraine prevails and that the better peace is in Ukraine's favour.
Okay, well, we're approaching the end of this discussion, but I just want to ask, as we enter the last chapter of our conversation, I mean, Michael, does this look to you like we've got the makings here of a legacy-defining moment for President Trump?
I think we're at the start of a legacy-defining moment. I don't know that we're going to come out of today with an agreement that is going to be acceptable to all parties. And frankly, until we get all parties to the table together, I think we're going to be short of a full peace agreement. Hopefully, we can get closer to this ceasefire. The one last thing I want to say is the show of force that the Europeans are providing today by going to the White House. They should not underestimate the statement by the president. He has been moved by that. I think this is a historic day, a big day, as he put it in Washington, D.C. And it was good to see the Europeans join Zelensky in coming to the United States for these meetings. I think that was a very important step in a show of unity that is going to be very impressive upon the president.
Okay, Chip, let me ask you, how does President Trump make all of this look like not make it look like Russia is being rewarded in any way for having invaded Ukraine in the first place?
Well, negotiations are a process, not a denouement. So this will be the start of the process. He will probably try and say that the process has begun. I've set that process for a denouement, which comes later down. That can be sold at the moment as a success. I think it will be in that terms, because the Europeans will want to engage and flatter in the same way that Putin engaged and flatter, but they'll put some strategic realities to that about the strategy bridge between the military power of Putin and his political outcomes and the military power of NATO, European NATO by itself if necessary, and its military power once mobilised with the willpower behind it.
Okay, and lastly to Salomia in Kyiv, let me ask you this. I mean, we heard President Trump in the last 24 hours talking about this war as being Biden's stupid war, a war that should never have happened. I mean, I just wonder what you make of the idea that the man leading the charge on behalf of Ukraine seems to believe this is the fault of his predecessor, not the fault of the invading party. And how much confidence are you that a deal will be struck, that will be fair and that will be lasting?
We all keeping fingers crossed for this meeting. Believe me, because that depends on how we will get up in the morning with new shells, Shaheds on drones and in the sky, or ballistic missiles. But at the same time, we are very careful with all expectations about the deal, and with the Trump's words, unfortunately, because literally every day we hear new statements about the sanctions. 50 days for sanctions, then 30 days, then 20 days, then after Alaska, nothing, just literally nothing. That's why we're very careful when they are stopping military aid or sharing intel information or whatever. Then they are restarting the process and so on. So that's why we're very careful. Trump is very unpredictable. His way of doing the politics, and it's something new for the traditional politicians and politics. That's why we just all, we'll stop breathing just to finally see the results, because that's about all our lives here.
All right, well, I'm being told we're out of time. Really appreciate you speaking to us. You've had the last word. Salomia Bobrovska, Ukrainian MP and Deputy Head of Ukraine's delegation in NATO. Thank you to you. A big thank you to Michael Dubke, former White House Communications Director under President Trump. And also a very big thank you to Major General Chip Chapman, former Senior British Military Advisor to US Central Command. Thank you all very much indeed. In other news, according to a UN report, war crimes were committed in March across 16 coastal areas of Syria, including Latakia, Tartus, Homs and Hama, regions largely populated by loyalists to the former President Bashar al-Assad. So what exactly happened? Well, the UN report says the violence, which flared up in January, killed an estimated 1,400 people. Well, both Syria's government forces and fighters tied to the former regime are believed to be responsible. But who is to blame? Well, according to the report, the violence began when pro-Assad groups ambushed security forces. Well, the UN has also stressed that it found no evidence that Damascus itself ordered any attacks. Well, all of this comes after Bashar al-Assad's ouster, which has exposed some sectarian rifts. Well, many of his supporters still reject the new president, Ahmad al-Shara. And the question now is, can Syria move on from these fractures? And what will put a stop to a cycle of revenge and violence? Well, for more, we can speak now to Ibrahim Olabi, who is a legal advisor to the Syrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He joins us now from London. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Before we speak about the findings of that UN report, I just want to ask you, it's been 8.5 months since the fall of President Bashar al-Assad. What's your understanding of the overall situation right now in Syria?
Well, the overall situation in many analysis and many experts see it as far better than predicted. I mean, this is a fall of a regime of 54 years, which was incredibly brutal, was, involved many foreign powers that had a sectarian nature. And usually when dictators like that fall, people escape and people leave, and you have a mass exodus and sometimes break into a further complicated civil war. None of that happened. In fact, according to the UN, 1.7 million people are returning to their homes, 1 million from inside the country, and 700 100,000 from abroad. We've seen investors come in, we've seen investors conference, we've seen sanctions lifted, we've seen diverse government formed, we've seen constitutional declarations, we've seen relative calm. But that does not mean it didn't come with its challenges. We have seen unfortunate events like the one that we will talk about today in the coast, the unfortunate events of Sweden, complex negotiations going on with the Northeast, but nothing incredibly different from what you would imagine a complicated military transition to look like. We've seen a lot of international attention, a lot of domestic support, but also a lot of criticism, which is also very welcome. And this is the kind of Syria that we're trying to build. We must not forget the legacy of the Assad regime and the challenges that are facing Syria today. So keeping everything together for many Syrians, it's far better than expected.
Right, and just listening to what you're saying, and then we really will get on to the UN findings. But I mean, more than half a century of one family's rule of Syria, 25 years of Bashar al-Assad, more or less, half of that time taken up by a civil war. We've got multiple sects that live in Syria that have lived side by side for many centuries: Christians, Druze, Alawites, Shia, Sunni, so many different sects. You're saying there is a sort of a sense of inevitability that, given all of these dimensions, that there was bound to be some strife, and this was never going to be a completely easy transition.
Of course not. I mean, it's in the literature. Any country you look at that completely collapsed a kind of a police state and a military dictatorship that had foreign powers backing it, and the 14 years that you talk about during the armed conflict is also one that had close to 1 million people being killed and forced to disappear, a lot of grievances, many factions. According to the UN report that we'll discuss, more than 100,000 armed people that belong to so many different factions who also all during the 14 years had their allegiances. So when you look at all the things that could have gone wrong with these variables, I don't think anyone expected the transition, on December 9th to look what it looked like. But of course, not everyone is happy that Syria is moving in the direction. There's a lot of grievances within. There's a lot of challenges. Syria is a very important country in the region, has its own internal dynamics. It's been very hard to kind of keep things on track. But for a country that, for example, just on sanctions had sanctions on it since the 70s, since most of those in power were not even born, to have them lifted within 4 months is quite a phenomenal kind of achievement, and to get the economy back and running and get investments and so on. But that should not distract us from also the real problems that exist and their underlying reasoning, which we are trying to tackle head on.
Okay, let's get on to the findings of those UN investigators. They've published a report relating to that violence in March in coastal areas of Syria, as well as around Homs. I'm talking mostly around Latakia and Tartus. 1,400 people reported to have been killed, possibly more. Most of them thought to have been civilians, women and children amongst them. The UN is saying that war crimes were likely committed by interim government forces and by fighters loyal to the former President Bashar al-Assad. What do you say to the findings?
Well, these findings are incredibly important, and they're incredibly important because of their context. So it's important to note that these UN investigators, they existed for 14 years because the Human Rights Council created them. But Syria, under the Assad regime, consistently objected to the renewal of their mandate. For 14 years, they used to call it the so-called UN Commission of Inquiry. They didn't even recognize it. In March, when the new government came, it recognized it. It didn't oppose its mandate, which got a unanimous renewal for the first time in Syria's modern history. And what also happened for the first time in Syria's modern history is that they were, quoting their words, given unfettered access to these areas. It was the government that made sure that they could access the communities, they could access, investigate, simply because the government had nothing to hide. It acknowledged that abuses took place in the first in the first hours, really, of reports emerging, and it took a responsibility upon itself. It didn't just let UN investigators come in and say, fine, we'll wait for their report. It created a national inquiry, first of its kind, appointed by the president, that had members of the judiciary, civil society, respected lawyers, and so on, who published their findings. Again, lots of first-timers here published their findings in front of, not in a 5-minute press conference, not a 10-minute press conference, but in an hour and 30-minute almost press conference in front of media to tell them their findings, whose findings were not fundamentally different, not my words, but the words of the UN Commissioner Paulo Pinheiro, not fundamentally different from the international report, so which is quite a big milestone. What the report also does is that it really, deals with a lot of disinformation that we've seen circulating. So, for example, the numbers of people killed. The UN itself, by the way, could not reach the numbers. It had to quote other reports because it said it's not simply easy to count in such a situation. Well, unfortunately, we've seen some media organizations and some other human rights organizations rush to conclusions in terms of numbers. It also puts the findings into perspective, the challenges that we've just talked about, the difficulty of security sector reform, the grievances that people felt that made them feel that they need to take revenge into their own hands, unfortunately, against civilians who, had nothing to do with the suffering of the people who killed them, but because they belong to a sect that did, and that sect also was explained, had its like about 3 pages part of that report to put things into context. It talked about the difficulty of accountability because we've inherited also the judicial system, the prisons, the judiciary, which was used at the time of the Assad regime as a really repression tool. And then it shed light that, most importantly, that it did not find any government policy to conduct these attacks, although they were widespread and systematic in their nature of targeting, but there was no command. The command was the opposite, was to halt any abuses, to get matters under control, which the government eventually did, which is also the report, something that they recognized, that for the same military factions, there are people committing horrific abuses, but at the same time, there were others who were committing or trying to protect life. And it puts all of that then into very kind of important recommendations to move forward. What is it that the government, within the resources, within the legacy, within the difficulty of transitional justice, within the resources it has, within external interference that we've seen, including from Israel and others, what steps could be taken? So all in all, it's an important finding because it aligns with the national findings, but it also sets the matters into context and provides helpful recommendation moving forward.
Okay, President Ahmad al-Shara did denounce that violence, and he said it threatened efforts to unite the country, which is what we've been talking about earlier on. He also promised to punish those responsible. Have people been punished?
Well, as the UN report notes, there have been around 40-something people who have been detained. The national inquiry has identified more than 200 people from the government side, individuals who their names have been moved to the Attorney General. But it's also about taking punishment into this wider context. It is for a situation like this, truth and narrative and fighting disinformation and showing that crimes took place rather than kind of trying sweeping them under the rug is a form of accountability. Naming and making clear that there were victims and they will have reparations and we need to find guarantees of non-recurrence is a form of accountability. But yes, we will pursue judicial measures. We'll continue pursuing judicial measures in light of the judicial system again that we inherited. These are not. We don't have ready-made courts, ready-made judges. They're very, very far few in country that are able to kind of deal with situations like this. Even the laws that we are using are laws that we inherited from the regime. They don't recognize war crimes, and that's not a matter for this government. It's a matter that we inherited the legal system and we don't yet have a parliament that can pass new laws in order for it to adapt within the kind of international legal standards that we would like Syria's legal system to have. So yes, absolutely, some have been punished, more to come. But for us, it's a wider effort that takes into account, truth and reconciliation and the guarantees for non-recurrence, and also importantly, reparations for the affected communities.
Okay, and just lastly, because we have to let you go, I just want to ask you, looking back at what's happened in Syria during the course of these last 8 to 9 months, what is the one event that stands out in your mind as being the most remarkable, the most unexpected, perhaps the most happy moment that you would single out from these last 8 or 9 months?
I mean, I think there were many happy moments, also some sad moments. Obviously, the fall of the regime and the way the regime fell without significant bloodshed was one of the happiest moments. I think the freeing of prisoners, the pictures of people who were in Assad's cells running out for their lives, finding children and women there, or who were missed for years, coming out meeting their loved ones. But also that event was also very saddening because many who were waiting for their loved ones didn't. And I think that then the following moment would be the easement of sanctions, President Trump's decision and that of the UK and the EU, because it allows millions of Syrians to be able to rebuild their lives that were taken from them for no reasons. It allows, parents to sell their children to school, electricity to come back to their homes. And that's exactly what we're building. It's giving, Syrians a chance to be able to rebuild themselves after 60 years of dictatorship and 14 years of a horrific conflict.
Yeah, that embrace and that welcoming into the international fold in Riyadh of President Ahmed al-Shara, definitely a standout moment as well. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Ibrahim Alabi, legal advisor to the Syrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, we're going to stay with Syria because President Ahmed al-Shara says he hopes to avoid conflict with US-backed Kurdish forces. This if efforts to integrate their autonomous administration collapse. Well, he noted that Kurdish leaders had signalled readiness for a landmark deal in March to bring their areas under state authority. But recent clashes with the SDF, or the Syrian Democratic Forces, had raised doubts. Well, the SDF, which controls northeastern Syria, has fortified tunnel networks along front lines. Local Arab tribes accuse them of discrimination, allegations the Kurds deny. So just how realistic is this deal now? Well, let's get more now. We can cross to Al-Hasaka, which is in northeastern Syria, and we can speak to Bedranjia Kurd, who is the co-chairman of the Foreign Relations Department of the Autonomous Region of northern and eastern Syria. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, sir. Before we talk about specifically Kurdish relations and SDF relations, I want to put this to you. Bashar al-Assad was ousted about 8.5 months ago. There have been these clashes between the SDF and government forces in Manbij and Aleppo. There have been tensions and revenge attacks with Alawites in coastal areas. There's been tensions between Druze and Bedouin forces around Suwaida. Some might say some of these issues are inevitable in a country that has endured 13.5 years of civil war. But what is your feeling about the general direction that Syria is heading in?
Thank you for having me on your show. When the Ba'ath regime was toppled, there were just feelings of joy across the Syrians. We had hopes and expectations that we could start a new chapter of rebuilding Syria, and where we can shape the country's future. Yet with the passage of time and with the practices that have been pursued on the ground, whether against the Alawite components or the Druze components, and against many other communities and the groups that have been targeted by the radical Islamist groups. So those practices, in fact, have raised concerns and suspicions among many Syrian people, and that's why we believe that this started to raise concern, and we don't know to what direction Syria will be heading with those practices. And we at the Autonomous Administration feel very concerned from such practices, and we believe that those crimes that have been perpetrated against those communities constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity. And and the perpetrators should have been held accountable along those who have been supporting them in carrying out those practices. But, however, we believe that the achievement of transitional justice and also the remedy of victims have not been achieved properly, the matter which just raised the growing concerns of the Syrians. And in this regard, we call on the fact that there must be just independent international committees that would investigate those crimes that have been perpetrated against our brothers from Druze, and also to issue the recommendations that would lead to the punishments of the perpetrators. If justice is not achieved, then we believe that it would be next to impossible to create a new future for Syria where their dignities are respected.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, I think it's fair to say Syria's allies, particularly the United States, want to see a strong, unified Syrian state. And we heard the US envoy to Syria, Tom Burges, sounding slightly frustrated at the lack of progress at implementing the 10th of March deal that was struck with Damascus. I want to know, what is the status of negotiations and what's the level of engagement between the authorities in the Kurdish area of Syria and the government of President Ahmed al-Shara?
At the outset, we would like to thank the efforts made by the brokers, including France, the United States, and the UK recently. They have played a great role in getting the viewpoints closer among the parties, and especially with the transitional authority in Damascus. Of course, those attempts are still ongoing, and we are hoping to reach into fruitful results that would benefit all the Syrians. With that said, I have to stress that there are also some actors that are stonewalling the ability to reach into agreement between the parties or to implement the 10th of March agreement. On our part, we are committed with this agreement to a great extent and to implement all its provisions. However, there are some factors that are adversely impacting the implementation of the agreement. First of all, we have Turkey that seems to be playing a negative role. And they wished that the dialogue should be held under their own dictates. And we believe that it was Turkey is the one that has been responsible for just not holding the Paris talks. And that's why we could see that the transitional authority in Damascus lacks the willingness and the national determination, and they have to overcome this and to have the final say when it comes to holding those meetings and to reach into tangible results. Also, secondly, the other point which seems to be a tumbling block is that the transitional authorities are adhering still to a unilateral structure of governance and not accepting the pluralistic system that would take into account all the cultural and linguistic factors of the northern and eastern Syria and to integrate them into the Syrian state institutions. We have some disagreements in this regard, and we hope to have a decentralized governance structure that would recognize the diversity and the pluralism, so that we can make sure that all the components of Syria can exercise their rightful obligations without any obstacles, and especially because those demands by the components of the people in northern eastern Syria are legitimate in terms of their linguistic, religious rights that should be exercised freely without any obstacles or repression against them. Therefore, we believe that any unilateral centralized regime would eventually oppress those communities and will eventually lead to the marginalization of other components and their ability to take part in this transitional stage. And this is what we are facing at the moment. In the same vein, there are also contradictions in the 10th of March agreement that was held, where we have seen that the Syrian authorities have violated this agreement and issued a constitution that would last for 5 years without any reference to the components of the Kurds, even though that we have agreed on that. We have also agreed that there should be an inclusive Syrian participation in the political process, the matter which has not been realized in the constitution and also in the selection of the legislative council. All these developments by the Syrian government represents a breach of the 10th of March agreement, and I think with those factors combined, they can pose some real obstacles for the implementation of this agreement. With that said, we are still open to the dialogue, and the door remains open for dialogue until we achieve the desired results.
A set of talks was supposed to be held in Paris between the SDF and the government in Damascus. The government in Damascus says it will not take part in those talks anymore. What is the status of those talks? Have they been cancelled, or will they go ahead in the absence of representatives from the Damascus government?
What we have heard from the transitional government in Damascus is that they have rejected to attend the upcoming meeting in Paris. The Syrian government said that the meeting has been cancelled. However, officially, the Paris talks are still ongoing as there are international efforts underway to make this event happen. But there is no date set, but yet it has been postponed. And with this in mind, we believe that it is important to hold this meeting and to hold negotiations based on this path that will be under the auspices of the international community. Holding those meetings are quite important for us. As for the transitional authorities' position on not attending this meeting could be attributed to the Turkish intervention that has been nudging the Syrian government not to attend the meeting. And we know that the Turkish government does not wish to hold those meetings even though there are international sponsors. Now, the Syrian Authority is talking about holding this meeting in Damascus so that it could be in the proximity of Turkey that can do whatever it wishes. And this is something we deny and condemn completely. And this also indicates that the transitional authority in Syria lacks the national decision and the independent decision-making process. And they also lack any comprehensive political project in order to resolve the sticking issues in Syria. Failing to attend this meeting in Paris reflects the fact that the Syrian authorities are not willing to go into serious negotiations, and this was maybe the reason for the failure of the previous meetings. According to the aspiration of the Syrian people in the north and the east, we believe that the Syrian Authority is not willing to do whatever it takes from them in order to achieve their vision. Until now, we know that the Ba'athist regime has been toppled, but now the Syrians are in need of a comprehensive political system in order to resolve all the sticking issues. The Syrian revolution will be culminated with success only when we have a transitional government and the state institutions by all the components of the Syrian people and on equitable ground. But this unilateral approach by the interim government will not show that the track is going properly.
Sir, I have another theory for you as to why the talks in Paris are not proceeding with both sides present. Earlier on this month, 10 days ago, on the 8th of August, representatives of various ethnic and religious groups held a conference in your city, the city of Hasakeh, which is, of course, under SDF control. And they called for the formation of a decentralized state. And it was as a result of that that the Syrian government decided not to take part in the dialogue in Paris. Do you accept that theory? And do you accept that that conference on the 8th of August in your city undermined trust between the two sides?
No, not at all. This is a feeble excuse by the interim regime in Damascus, and I think that excuse has already been there even though before just holding that gathering. I think everything could be attributed to the fact that Damascus wanted to create excuses by stating that the outcome of the Al-Hasakah meeting constitutes a violation to the 10th of March agreement, and we deny those claims because the recommendations of the Al-Hasakah conference has included some religious figures, tribal leaders from the coastal areas of Syria, and it was really a patriotic stance for Syria. And we believe that similar conferences of this kind should be organized in Damascus under the supervision of the interim authority. But it has failed to undertake this national duty, especially at this important juncture in the history of Syria. And the gathering that was held in Al-Hasakah reflects the diversity of the Syrian people. And as you know, Syria is comprised of different components of different linguistic and cultural diversity, and all their voices should be heard. And those voices represent the interests of Syria, and each component should have their cultures that should be respected and represented, and also should have a say at the table which shapes the future of Syria. So the Syrian government stated that those components are not in favor of creating an inclusive Syria, but that is not true. What we need is just a national democratic project, and this is what we had also in the communique of the Al-Hasakah conference.
Just lastly, sir, I'd like to ask you, Syria has many allies in the world today. Many countries want to see Syria succeed. We saw that in Riyadh when we saw President Trump embrace the new president of Syria, Ahmed al-Shara. This very much under the auspices and under the guidance of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. I'd like to ask you specifically about Saudi Arabia, what role you see the kingdom playing in guiding Syria on its path to unity?
As mentioned earlier, Saudi Arabia has an important and instrumental role in the region and the Middle East at large. And that's why we believe Saudi Arabia could play an important role in the political landscape of Syria and bridging the gap among the different components of Syria and to create an inclusive Syria for the future of all Syrians. And that's why we are quite confident that it could play an important role, taking into account the interests of all the stakeholders. And I'm sure that it will do so just without favoring any actor at the detriment of the other party. This is what we are hoping Saudi Arabia could do. We also believe that the Arab countries' role could also have an important role to do. In the past, we believe that the Arab role was almost absent, and there was a vacuum that has been filled by other countries such as Turkey and Iran. And now we believe this is a very important strategic dimension for Syria, and there must be close coordination among the Arab countries in pushing Syria forward and to have political interactions that are more realistic in order to overcome the obstacles. Since the Arab countries have many common historical factors, and I think Saudi Arabia is quite capable to support Syria in order to reach into successful solutions that would benefit all the Syrians.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Bedranjia Kurd, the co-chairman of the Foreign Relations Department of the Autonomous Administration of Northern and Eastern Syria. Thank you for your time, sir. Shukran. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.